All right. How we doing out there, traders? We are in a fast market. The SPY is making a move right now, guys. What happened there? Well, let's find out exactly what happened here. Breaking news, the Treasury announcing upscaled buyback operation for longer-term debt. Who was here telling you guys to be careful for maybe a little bit of a Trump push with the TLT? Did Trump go knocking on the Treasury and tell him to go get after it? We'll take a look at how these stocks are reacting this moment right now. So if you were looking for the move back and looking to go ahead and make some money, well, this is actually causing the action right now to make the move. The SPY getting the lift there. Let's take a look at how the Qs are reacting. Qs are coming right back. So for me, I'm probably going to have to run to my money in Microsoft because this is probably going to bring the stock right back. So let's go ahead and I'll set up my profit take for that a little closer because I have a feeling it's going to get hit any second now. But we'll talk a little bit about that. Look, watch how it gets hit here. But looking for the market to come back and looking to keep riding my Gilead, of course. And at this point, wanting to go ahead and get my buying shoes on. So instead of wasting time, let's go ahead and let's get some buying shoes on here. I like NVIDIA. That's part of the group that I was giving you guys yesterday. Could have got it cheaper yesterday, but I will take the shot of grabbing it right here and then look to see if we can add on pullbacks. There you guys see me take a little bit of a shot of NVIDIA here at the resistance, looking for the reversal back. Talked about this weekly candle that I was looking for. So we're going right to the action here. And I also talked about a couple other names like AVGO. I also talked about Marvell, right? Names like that. Look at Marvell taking off on this move. And with some other names like Micron, right? SK Hynix, right? Let's go get some SK Hynix. That's what I'm feeling like. We already up overnight, so we got to be careful with this one because, you know, you already got the spike, right? But I think this is a good-looking trade here that we can be getting after, right? And another one, of course, you can do SNDK, right? I also talked about how Qualcomm can be seeing a lift back. Qualcomm seeing the move right now. ARM is another target of mine, right? This is a longer-term potential trade here for Qualcomm off the bottoming there. Don't mind getting a little piece of Qualcomm and seeing if this wants to really run. Let's go ahead and see if I can take a small piece here and then just try to go ahead and get filled on the bid somewhere around, let's say, right underneath the 161. So I'll take a little bit of an action there if I can get some fill there. And we can take a look at some trade ideas. But since the action's happening right now, I'm trying to show you guys how I do things in real time, right? The Q is continuing to rise here. Now we'll start to see what stocks are rising, right? That's an important thing too. What is really getting the lift, right? So we'll take a look underneath the Qs. We'll take a look to see what's making the moves. I have scanners above, so I'll be able to tell you guys that in just a second here. So I see really quickly Marvell, TER, LRCRX, stocks that were doing well yesterday. Talked about how these could be names that you'd want to see continue to the upside. This thing kind of gapping up there, and the gap is pretty impressive there, but it's because it's small liquidity, right? So you also seeing SanDisk get the lift here with this move right now. ARM, I just mentioned, this is one that is getting the lift right now. So I would love to get a little bit of a pullback on this name. I'm going to try to take a small piece here and look for pullbacks on ARM. I really do like ARM overall. Definitely names that I want to have. Just looking for any type of pullback, but this could be the day where instead of giving us the pullback, they give us the send-off move, right? So we'll look to see what happens here. Was looking to see that the Qs would come a little bit further down, right? And we did kind of come down in the overnight, but then kind of reverse right back out of it. So are we holding on to the 9 EMA and trying to reverse back, right? Will we get to the 50? Right? Those are all the questions that I'm having as a technical analyst literally right now as we speak. So let me know in the chat how you guys are feeling about this move. Do you guys feel confident? Is tech coming back? Let us know. We'll be actually putting out a poll. I think this is what we should do more often. Of course, FOMC minutes are, of course, at the bottom of the hour, caused the pump. And were they out? There's no FOMC minutes at this time, unless someone got the leak. Did the FOMC minutes come out early? That would be something else. FOMC minutes usually come out at 2 p.m., right? Oh, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Ahead of the FOMC minutes. The FOMC minutes are not out, right? I just confirmed that. I looked it up, but sorry, just wanted to confirm that. Day trade Tony, the FOM minutes did not cause the pump. The FOMC minutes have not come out. The pump is coming off the Treasury news. And the Treasury news, of course, affects the market. It's the bond market, right? It's the bigger market. Well, guys, I'll tell you one thing. I'm feeling good about my Gilead swing. Look where we're at now, guys. We're at the 146. Yes, this could have been easily the $1,500 winner already, but I'm trying to get it up there. That would be closer towards, like, let's say the $800 level. I'm at 682. Want to make sure that at this point, I just keep kind of trailing the action. So today we're going to be looking to cash in, of course, on Gilead. And it's been a monster ride. You guys see it there. This is the remaining shares from yesterday. I had 70 shares yesterday. Today I have still 60. And I'm going to pull this up there to the $600 spot. So at this point, no matter what, I'll get $600 more. Looking for a little bit of an opening drive to go ahead and take the max gain, which is a nice $1,500 trade here. We'll see if we get that trade. Really nice trade on here. I'm going to probably take the money in Microsoft. So I'll have some buying power to use today. Of course, you guys see me use a little bit in NVIDIA right now. I'm going to keep the stop really tight to begin with, right? We'll use right here the low, about $27 on this first risk, and look to feel out the market. We'll see what happens. Let's keep diving to the action. Let's go to the playbook first, where we give you guys some plays. I already give you guys some of these, so let's keep taking a look at what else I had on the docket. SK Hynix was on the docket. The AI hardware gap reload. After reaching its 170 target, SK Hynix pulled back 9.2% to the 155.62, approaching a prime gap zone. And I've had it kind of an area that I've been looking for. And I'm going to take this box off so you can see the area here. So as we zoom in, right, one of the clear areas that I was looking to see, could we just come back into this pocket, right? Just back into the 9 EMA, and look how quickly you're back up to the 164. This is the stock that I think eventually rips through 175 and gets to 200. So at this point, I think we start looking for the drives, right? We're already getting this action this morning, so it's kind of hard to chase it, right? So really, my outlook on this was a look that I was looking at last night. So I was looking at initiate a starter position around the 151 position and looking towards the 145. Well, that's probably not out of the realms, right, for at least today. But what we could look for is, will we make a trendline approach breakout here and then pull back one more time, right? That pull back one more time could get us into this zone, right? Back up into this zone is where I want to see the stock give me a potential red to green trade. If not, the trade for me will be more that the stock goes right off the top to the 169, 170 range, and then gives me an opportunity on a pullback look, right? Where it comes back to the trend line and then goes higher, right? So I'll be looking for this type of play where I can play on and attack this buy zone, right? Right there, right? So I think this is important for traders to do, right? So then I'm at least knowing two different scenarios to play this. One strategy, red to green. The other strategy, gap and go. And then a pullback towards around VWAP, and then a continuation. The VWAP should be around this trend line, and that gives me the potential of using confluence, right? We'll see what happens there. A really good action trade there set up for SK Hynix. Another trade, and then we'll keep rolling through here. CRM, of course, I've been talking about how this trade could be making its way towards a long-term trendline approach. If you look back on the history, and you're going to have to go to your auto to kind of scroll back to kind of see this, I think this could be a really nice long-term trendline approach. And I like these all the time, guys. They're the reason I call them trendline approaches, and sorry about that, I drew the wrong, I kind of drew all the data box there. But stocks love to go to the trend line. They don't have to go above the trend line, right? A lot of traders are looking for breakouts. I sometimes look for what I call trend line approaches. So I'm just looking for the stock to approach back towards this resistance area right, where it's been in the past, and it could run right into that trend line. So good trade could be, let's say, getting CRM closer to the 190s. It already did that a day ago, but that's like the best entry, right? But looking for the move above 200, going towards like 210s, right? So not a bad trade idea. And of course, you can be looking at other kind of software names in the space. Gilead, of course, not going to have to talk too much about that. And really, I think what I want to be looking to see is, of course, healthcare breaking out to new highs, tech tagging the 9 EMA, and will we see this push right back? Of course, we just saw this treasury push there, and there you guys have it. Seeing Gilead drop a little bit there, so just focusing on taking my money and running on that play in just a second here. But let's go ahead. Let's take a look to see what happened in the TLT. I talked about how the TLT could be making a turnaround yesterday, and boom, looks like Trump went knocking on the right door because this made that massive spike. It's holding now on the top end of the range. I think that's going to be really the focus, especially going towards the bell. So last thing, let's just really quickly touch anything that's major on the Sunrise report. Of course, lawn bonds broke a 19-year high in New York on Tuesday, and by Wednesday morning, it had taken the soul apart, right? The Cosby had fallen more than 6%. We had seen some struggle out there, but boom. See, things are right back, right? U.S. futures remarkably are flat. And you guys are seeing, I think someone knew something because, man, the market was a little bit like kind of rosy this morning and looking a lot better. And then all of a sudden this news comes in and boom. There you have it now, right? So the concern was the bonds kind of really breaking down and going into the 80s. And there you have the turnaround look. Now things can really kind of jump right back. We'll see if things start to get right back to the upside. Target down 3%, Lowell's down 3%, SK Hynix up 5.6, Keysight, Mercury Systems, just some of the stocks that reported today. Let me know what stock was on your radar, and we'll make sure to cover it during the show. And of course, don't miss that today's focus is the 2 p.m. July FOMC minutes, right? Right now, the July meeting held the funds, of course, at the 3.5 to 3.7, but we want to see what happened with the dissent from Logan, Hammock, and Kashkari, all voting for a 25 basis point hike. Another thing is to hear more conversation of Chair Walsh and to see if he declined any forward guidance beyond a statement that the Fed will not waver, of course, on the 2%. What other comments can we get from the minutes? This is something that we're going to take a look at. The minutes did get shortened down on the last printout, so look for it to be very summary-like and not very much insight. So what I'm looking to see is that potentially we could see the market create this quick drive in the morning, maybe even a quick drive at the open, then a little bit of a lull before the FOMC minutes, and really the action should probably be on the power hour, so don't miss my man Steve later today. All right, let's get to the action. Let's go to my man Michael Noss. Of course, he's ready to rock and roll. Tell us how he sees in the market. Let's bring him on. What's going on, Michael? How we doing, my friend?
We're doing great, but
did the bear market of August end yesterday?
Probably. The amount of sky is falling people I saw with the 2 days down in a row was just insane to me. I just did not understand
the sky is falling, Michael. The sky is falling.
We have to be very concerned with a small downtick. Now, if this was not the market and this was just a regular chart, and even, I don't know, a 5-minute chart or whatever you look at, you'd say, okay, well, we broke this prior high. Wouldn't the healthiest thing in the world be to come back and test that high and then start to dig in? It doesn't even look like we got that far. Lots of action. We're talking about the spike that happened 30 minutes ago here. But if this is going to continue to kind of drift lower, again, this to me looks super healthy. We can pull back into this prior high and be just 100% A-okay with everything. So I don't get the whole sky is falling thing. Now, well, I do. And it's because there are not people like that aren't watching the show, and they're looking at the cues and they're saying, man, this thing just hasn't gone anywhere. It can't break out, hasn't done anything all the way back. We're at the same price we were in May, right? Some bubble, right? If we're in the same price we were since May. But that's just because they've been focused on the wrong thing. They've been focused inside the market, just looking at the individual cues, as opposed to going and saying, well, man, there's a lot more stocks out there than AI related names. There's a lot of stuff we can look at. Again, we talked about like real estate yesterday. I know it's not the most interesting thing. I get it, guys. I get buying real estate is not the thing that everyone's going to go, oh, amazing. But if we break out and start to trend here the way we did in IBB, you notice this one when it broke out of this nice range, had a wicked trend. If we can do one of those, a new all-time high yesterday for biotechs. If we could do like we did in healthcare when that broke out, I was hearing the same things when we were buying healthcare on these breakouts that, yeah, healthcare isn't that interesting. I want to buy Micron's going to go up forever. Let's just look at that as opposed to healthcare. Well, it didn't. Like it never does. Nothing ever goes up forever. So if you're someone who's got like a game plan and you're sticking and moving and you're looking at different things and you're coming up with ideas and you're looking for where the puck is going, not where the puck is, well, that's a great time. This is a fantastic time to be a trader. If you're just holding or you're just focusing on or you're just reading about large cap tech, yeah, things aren't as interesting. They're not as fun. I think this is going to potentially continue. Now, what may happen if the market did bounce and we get the SPY ripping and everything, you got to remember these large cap tech names, although underperforming, are way higher beta. So you're going to get, well, let's even look. SMH moves 5% on a good day, right? These are huge moves. Now, high beta isn't necessarily a good thing and isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just like trading a leveraged security. You're trading something that's going to move more. So if you believe that was the bottom for everything and everything's going to rally, even though the Qs have been underperforming, you still kind of want to look at the biggest names out there, the strongest names that can happen. And that could be our semis, it could be Qs, it could be some of these different names. So definitely look under the hood. But as I'm looking at it right now, we've got RSP up 1% already. Now, there's not a lot of pre-market volume on this one, so you have to be careful. But to contrast, we have IWM that's up 0.7%. And if we go down to the Qs, only up 0.5%. So we're seeing already in the pre-market this relative outperformance in the kind of more boring names. Think of what's in the IWM. You're going to have a lot of regional banks. You're going to have a lot of small industrial companies. And by small industrial companies, I just mean, right, the garbage disposal and, not your Caterpillars and your John Deeres, but like these tiny, tiny little companies that are classified in the industrial space. You get a lot of those. You also get a lot of small healthcare and biotech names. So again, might not be the most interesting names to exist out there, but you end up getting a lot of different places that you can go and hang out and potentially hide in. And that's what I'm seeing. That's what's been existing for ever now. Since May, we've had the Qs not able to go. We've had everything else kind of breaking out on top of it. And it's like one of those, it will end at some point. Tech will be the outperformer at some point. It's going to happen. The question is your time better spent trying to guess when you're going to get a rotation back into tech, or is your time better spent in just riding the place that is strong? Just look how close, like this is an all-time high for IWM. Look how close we are to a new all-time high in IWM. Look how close we are to a new all-time high in the average large cap stock. And then we got to scroll way back here. Look how far away we are. I can't even do it on a 30-minute chart. Look how far away we are from an all-time high in the Qs. So if you're looking for beta, definitely go with the Qs. If you're looking for relative strength, if you're looking to ride where the institutional money is flowing into, that still continues to be the every stock until something is proven otherwise. One tick I will give before I hand it over to the Qs that are interesting to me is this massive QQQ short position that has taken place on the last commitment of traders data. We brought that up. I can find it for you here again, but it would be hilarious that these guys really leaned on the short side of, where is it here? They really leaned on the short side of the NASDAQ right here, and that is going to end up being a low, that would be, again, incredibly fitting for how these the smart money, the large guys operate, right? They're long this entire time, then they get short right here. They're short this entire time, then they add to their short right here. So the most like poetic thing in the world would be as if this thing just turned and ripped to new highs. All of those people are short. They have to cover. That's really great for us. It's not so great for them, but I'm worried about feeding my kids, not theirs. So let's see, if we get this kind of relative outperformance. But so far in the pre-market, we're just not seeing it. We're seeing IWM, the small cap place, and the average stock continue to take the lead, take the baton.
Great day,
What up,
Michael.
Jen? How's it going? Great day to be a bull. That's for sure.
I know. I agree. And you know what? I am loving the semiconductor space. So I was looking at, we've got DRAM today that's advancing. We have the bigger money down below at 54.42. All right, Tech, I see you talking about metals. We'll talk about that. And I am liking RAM. Right? So this is a 2 times accelerated of DRAM. We have the bigger money down below at 12.16. I think this looks like it's based. We are setting up if we can break above 14.80, but I like it with low risk right now getting in, 84 cents, $1 if you want to give it some wiggle room, and nothing but upside really. In looking at the Mag 7, right? We've seen that they have pulled back. And
not to interrupt
we still
there, but $1 for DRAM, right? You're saying, again, sorry to interrupt, but that's a huge risk reward. I just wanted to highlight that. Like risking 80 cents to $1 on DRAM, that's so insane. That's just such a great risk reward play. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. And so with the Mag 7, I mean, we talked about it yesterday that really the overall market was a Mag 7 pullback, right? So I was looking at XMAG, because this is the large cap without the Mag 7. So we've seen that they are still basing down below, like RSP, still moving to the upside, a little bit of a pullback yesterday. And with the inverse indicators, I like to look at that for indication of seeing where we are. We are above, right? So they are it looks like it's about to reverse and come back this way. We do have the 2 o'clock notes coming from FOMC. I like to look back to see what happened on the day of FOMC, which is right here on the 29th of July. We had a down day, a wick, and then a killer run of those shorts. Are they trying to do the same thing? Positioning at a top, pulling it down. FOMC minutes will fake it that it's going to the downside, and then we're going to squeeze those shorts again, and we're going to profit. Starting to see that with VXX, they have changed their position. They moved it down from 21.42 to 19.62. So this is an area where they could be shorting it just to have this go lower and the market's going to go higher. However, we could see that this is a potential. I really don't think it's that much, because usually when we have a downward turn, we get red across the board for all of my indicators. And right now it's just VXX. So maybe somebody bought some going into the FOMC minutes. But overall, I think when we look at the SPY being just in an upward trend for the year, we are seeing that this is going to grind higher and higher and higher. And so why would they be selling at this point? The bears really want it all to be bearish. But with the market grinding higher, money going in every week, it is simply that tech sell-off that we had for roughly a week, but now starting to see indications, especially for DRAM, these names. Micron is up today. SMH is having some action today. These stocks are starting to get a resurgence and a great opportunity, I think, in my opinion, of this downward trend, a nice base, looking for that breakout to the upside. So I'm definitely looking at the semiconductor space. We will check out the metals. I know Talk is asking me about metals. Right now, I'll put silver on the right here, and we'll put ZSL, the inverse indicator, on the left so people can see how they correlate and move. We had a downward day yesterday. This does not have pre-market, so I'll put on a 6-hour over here. So we can see we had a downward day yesterday, and it is grinding higher. They sold ZSL at 31.43, moved down, came back into this little channel, tested, and looks like they want to take ZSL lower, which would bring silver higher. The dollar is being sold. Let's do UUP. This is the bull dollar ETF. You can see it's a nice downward trend right here, which is giving us the catalyst or the movement of everything driving higher. Last time we saw that the dollar sold off, the market advanced. We're seeing it again. So I think that we are going to continue to see new highs. Today could be that anomaly. They pull it down, draw the shorts in, and then squeeze it higher going into the weekend. That's my thought process for what we have going on. Gold as well, GLL. I'm hitting the wrong keys. There we go. GLL and GLD. Gold, we're seeing that they have taken this lower. That is bullish for gold. GLL is the inverse. So when this goes negative, gold goes positive. So right now, seeing that the dollar is going down. Gold is moving up, silver is moving up, and oil is moving up with the on-again, off-again war. But it's more so that they have kept their position at 120.51 for USO. They have not sold off. We had this bit of a downward trend breakout on Monday, and we are still continuing higher. Their bigger money position, everything is below us right now. So we don't have any reason to, any reason to see a halt on, not halt, but a slowdown until maybe the 135 area. We might have a downward trend test here from the highs, but it sort of looks like a wonky cup and handle, right? Do you see that, Michael? A wonky cup and handle for USO. And so that could be, if we were to say, hey, this is down here, this happens to be the 200 exponential, 103 to maybe 143. So we might have a 40-point move, right? I'd say 40-point move from right here. So 166, 165 target for the next advancement to the upside.
Hope not. That would put a lot of pressure. If we're rallying in spite of that, not because of it. So I guess if we want like a perfect storm rally, we want that cup and handle to fail. But I don't know.
And maybe
what
at 135 anymore. It will, with that downward trend.
Yeah, and I just don't like, he comes out tomorrow and says the war is over. Like, who believes him at this point? So yeah, I don't know what we're looking for to see that come down, but the interest rates might help a bit, and that seems to be like the big move that we're seeing. Treasury is coming in to defend bonds. That's part of the big move that we're seeing there. I don't know. Do you look at bonds? Does your levels, do they say anything about TLT or any of that stuff?
I can check TLT. So TLT right now, yeah, it's definitely advancing from the bottom. I mean, just technically looking at it. Let me throw on July 1st. Ding. All right, so we're above it, 82.75. So looking at that, it looks like, you want me to check out BND as well? So Steve is saying check out BND. So let's
BND, the big thing would be they're specifically buying long dated bonds. So I don't know if any of the ETF experts know, is that a longer term?
I'm going to check it out right now.
Because they're trying to support mortgages.
Total bond market
total
ETF.
bond market. Okay,
Yeah.
less volume there, but you know, we mention all the time, and it's really important. I know bonds aren't the most interesting thing to trade, but that is the tail wagging the dog, right? Trump doesn't care if some random stocks that he's never heard of go bankrupt, but obviously cares if the bond market suffers. For just a little explanation for the viewers, as bonds go down, the rates at which the government has to pay to service its debt goes up. So I don't think it's at all a coincidence that bonds have been in the shitter. And then this news comes out this morning that they are, the Treasury has decided they're going to buy a bunch of bonds. They're trying to stabilize the bond market, which is good, obviously, for stocks. That's one of the reasons that we're having a big ripper here today, but also good for, servicing government debt and all that kind of stuff. So there's a TMF or something. There's a leverage bond thing. If you find all this boring, but it's more about, this is a market indication that we're looking at, right? It's not so much that we're going to go out there and start trading bonds, but that's why I asked Jane for her levels. If her levels are showing bullish action for bonds, so that's just going to help out everything out when it comes to the overall market if this bond rally continues.
Well, it's also, that's part of the FOMC tools that they have in their wheelhouse, is to buy bonds to put money back into the money supply. So that is hey, let's stimulate the economy and buy back the bonds, also decreasing the debt that they have to pay. So if they buy it back, if you sell me a car, I give you cash. So they are putting money into the money supply by buying back the bonds. And that is going to stimulate the economy overall. So it's another economic tool to create growth, which would be overall positive, but it's going to deflate the dollar, which is exactly what we're seeing, because you put more money into the money supply, then there's more to go around, so that's going to drop the value when they sell them.
And just the mechanics of how, right? If they're decreasing interest rates, right? They're decreasing interest rates for not only individuals, like if you go to get a house or something, your interest rate will be lower. So that'll be a big deal. But then also you got to think about businesses, right? If that business that you were planning on opening needed a lot of debt, well, now that debt's a little cheaper. So maybe it's more incentive to open that business. But like Jane mentioned, it is going to increase inflation, because anything that stimulates the economy is always going to increase inflation. And then also, like we talked about with the whole yen carry trade, as the interest rates move lower, it becomes less attractive for foreign entities to hold the US dollar. So then they sell the US dollar. Like, if I was going to make 5% on my money, it would make a lot of sense to maybe move some of my money into US dollars and treasury bills to make that 5%. But now if I'm only going to make, let's say 3%, these are just made up numbers, well, then it might not make sense. Maybe, I don't know, Australia is paying a higher rate. So maybe I take my money out of the dollar and I buy something like the yen, or I buy Australian dollars, or whatever it is. So, people leaving the US dollar to go somewhere else, that can also do that same thing where it's like, okay, yes, it's, easier to open businesses and to fund things and all of that. But at the same time, you're just making your dollar a little bit less attractive. So you're going to have some people that are going to move their money from the dollar into somewhere that will yield them a little bit higher, right? And again, this is why we talk about this stuff. It's not like we're going to be out there like scalping bonds, but it is important to know that when bonds move, it is hugely important to stocks, because the bond market affects everything. If you the joke is always that if you graduate university with 80s, you can become an equity analyst, and if you graduate with high 90s, then you become a bond analyst. Like, these guys always grab the biggest guys out there, because what happens in bonds is going to trickle down to everything. So, understanding what is happening in the bond market is going to very much help you kind of figure out what's happening in the stock market. And like Jane's talking about, commodities, metals, all of this, it all comes back to debt at the end of the day.
And I think that if we, it's a great economic move to buy back some debt. Then we increase inflation, raise interest rates, make our debt look more appealing, when sell it when it's higher, because then more people are going to want it. So right now if they were to be moving the market, they are dropping the dollar value, increasing the market and everything like that. I'm talking big macro view, right? Then, oh, we're going to increase everything. Then we're going to get our positions on to short the market. But I don't see that short is happening just yet. I see that we are still moving to the upside. But if they were to move it all the way up, then they short, then they raise interest rates and it comes down. And then that's the correction that we can profit to the downside. But for now, it looks, I'm going to do it looks bullish to me.
We will see what happens.
Right, if they're going to keep juicing, and I don't think it's technically what they're doing right now that's moving markets. Like I think I read the number, it was like they're going to increase daily buying by 4 billion. Like TAC points out, the bond market is 160 trillion. So what they're doing is not really, it's not the act that they're doing that's moving the needle. It is just the indication that, hey, we are going to defend the bond market here, right? That kind of like we talked about with the yen, what Bassin did and Japan did to defend the yen was very small. I retweeted something on Twitter where it was a guy like shooting a water gun at like a forest fire. Like they weren't doing anything significant, and same as this isn't doing anything significant, but it's the signal to the market of we're going to put our foot down, we're going to keep rates low, we're going to do it. And the difference is if FOMC isn't going to lower interest rates, well, the Treasury is going to come back in and buy bonds, which essentially does a little bit of the same thing anyway. And the market just, again, loves that because asset prices love low interest rates. Grocery store prices, probably not so much, but I guess the way you offset incoming inflation is by owning bonds or by owning stocks and just make more money than they're going to charge at the grocery store.
Yeah, and it makes muni bonds, tax-free income, very appealing as well, because you've got the local municipalities that run those that's all tax-free income. So that's a scenario too, where if they are selling those out to the public at higher rates for funding local projects, then that becomes more appealing as well. And people then start to take some profits out of the market, roll it into tax-free income as the market declines, and then get in once we hit a low.
Big takeoff here, guys. I know you guys are talking the longer term. We're seeing the takeoff right now. Tesla taking off. A lot of stocks taking off already. Qualcomm already up here for me. NVIDIA up already here. So if you were like me waiting with your shopping list, well, guess what? You're happy today. If you were scared and living under the rock yesterday, well, I'm sorry. Come to trade the pool more often. You might not live under the rock, but today, I'm jumping on the action, not afraid of it. Talked about watch for Trump to make the little pivot. Well, he just went knocking on the door next door and said, Treasury, you need to do something. You see the bonds? Well, there it is, guys. That's the market for you. And the market is ripping higher here, 9:30. Let's get after it. Let's go make some money. I already am up like $700, $800 on the day. I'm ready to make more. Let's go to it. Qualcomm was on the list yesterday. That takes off right here out the gates. Looking to add on this thing. See if I can get a bid add and then just go right to break even. There you go. Get that bid add. Let's go. Let's see if it just goes on a takeoff move here. Go and break even just to give myself the potential gap and go type of trade here. Let's get after the market. Let's go make some money.
Yeah, so far just watching the first minute here, market's just kind of dancing around, just hanging out. And
NVIDIA looking good too.
So far, yeah, I'm just looking, pretty much everything I'm seeing here is up. That first 1 minute's just a hangout, but we are definitely up here across the board. IBB is just ripping, but that was probably
just
a lot
added to the NVIDIA trade
stuff.
Going long on AVGO next.
I added to my SpaceX trade. I like the chart on the 6-hour chart that we have pulled back using 141 as my risk.
There you go, long, a good amount of AVGO, taking a shot here on this one.
mRNA is something I'm watching here closely because it's a big news thing. It's going to be a big deal for the biotech kind of area or sector as a whole, and that one's looking good. It's holding on. I just didn't want to see a gap and crap there because already gapped up. It's a huge stock to gap up 70%. That's a little bit different than when you get these low floats gapping up that much. That's a big guy. It's holding on here a bit. I just think this could, again, be a little bit of a sentiment play. Again, mRNA's got some sort of phase 3 for a cancer vaccine. So just looking at this, because that's going to affect our IBB here.
I know a nice relationship play to play with that one. You can do NVAX. All right, there's now AVGO going in there green here for me. I'm trying to see it take off above the 374. Today's good news came out of Marvell with chips and a deal with Google. Broadcom actually going down off of that, so I'm getting a discount here and happy to get it. I'll take the shot there with Broadcom to see if it goes higher. It's still building TPU chips for Google, so that at least isn't going away anytime soon. Let's take the shot. I got 3 tech names on already. And what are these 3 names? Some of the 7 that I gave you, right? I did go Qualcomm just because I thought it was at a good rate. And Qualcomm really lifting there. I'm already break even. Now to 166. Let's go Qualcomm. All right, that's going to make me go ahead and be careful here with AVGO. It just broke through the low, so I'm going to set the stop right underneath here. If I get caught, that's fine. We can get out of one and ride the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's one thing you got to be able to do, right? You can't get married to one. I'm trying to ride the momentum. If the momentum's not going to ride with me in AVGO, then that's okay, right? So just holding it off this right there, get cut out, $40 loss. Let's keep it managed. Let's keep going. Let's go to Qualcomm. Let's stick with the strength, and let's go to the NVIDIA here to see if NVIDIA can make the push. I do have break even on NVIDIA, so not going to lose on that one. And Qualcomm really starting to push here. So at this point, I'm going to take the stop off Qualcomm because it's the winner. Don't want to show my hand. Don't come back and get me on this one, right? This one moved a nice $4 out the gates. Want to give this a chance to really run here. 15-minute chart looks really good. Hit right on the trend line that I have already drawn, right? Was looking for this move to dip and rip. Look how I drew this move out for you guys. Like I drew this not today. I drew this 2 days ago, right? So look at that Qualcomm, that dip and rip type of action off the bottoming look. Looks great here. Let's go. Let's go. Money Mitch at it again. Sound that alarm. Let's keep it going.
We're watching here. Initial ticks off the open there on the SPY. Been negative, but right, it's all just a pullback in the giant kind of pop that we had there earlier. So it's not something that I'd define as a sell-off or anything, but it's just airing out, just some profit taking probably from kind of what we've been seeing happening early.
You can't forget
now let's
at
see if they
10:30 we have USO, right? So, sorry, we have oil numbers. So we might hit that 135 just by 10:30, or it might hit, and that could be where they reverse it. Off of the oil numbers. Doesn't matter what the numbers are. It could just be that's the catalyst for that move.
And then we got Warsh. What a name.
Warsh in the market.
We got him, the minutes coming out. Again, they're minutes. That's not a new rate decision, so it's not going to be like an insane, huge move, but they usually like to move the minutes around just a little bit here.
All right, just dip by SK Hynix right at the. Got a dip by in SK Hynix right where I got the action there. So looking to see the action. Let's go.
Yeah, so far. So with this open now, I'll probably actually raise my stop up here. So this is the trade I talked about with you guys where, right, it did that undercut and then rip right through on, it's hard to see on this, but huge volume on this candle. So it undercut this little support and then rip back through on large volume. So I've been buying in this kind of 350 area, up pretty nicely today. Makes sense. It's going to be an interesting interest rate sensitive play. So with bonds moving, it makes sense that we're up like 7% on this one now. So I want to see it through 360 and see if I can get into the 420s area. You're talking what's the percentage? That's like a 20% or so move. I'll take that kind of all day long. Now Crow's going to tell me that there was like some juice play that I could have taken that would have been doubled.
Gotta get the juice.
Well, what's that?
Gotta
DRAM?
get the orange juice. Let's go.
People are talking about, these DRAM stocks. So down off the open here for DRAM. Look at the last, opened up and down. SPY coming back
not a bad
just a little bit, but Q's
not a bad thing.
Definitely been.
Look at the hourly. This is normal, guys. Of course, you got the spike, right? So look for the pullbacks. These are just the people getting washed out the gates here.
So we're seeing good relative strength in the IWM. You can see if you watch, easy thing to do is just click on your SPY, see down from the open a little bit, click on your Qs. Way worse hitting lows of the day, and then you look at your IWM.
Silver.
It's just been basing here. So
if you want to know where the action is, it's gold and silver. It's basic materials bouncing back. It's everything in the green except industrials and tech. Everything in the green except industrials and tech. Three sectors over 1%.
Yesterday.
So basic materials is up 2.03 from the open. Healthcare 1.61. Consumer defensive 1.1. Cyclical is 0.8. Real estate 0.8. This is a breakout. The SPY is holding really well here. Rotation to the upside. Now you just need the Qs to play in, and you can really have yourself a ripping rally. And I love it because the SPY is pulling back here, yet the sectors are telling us other things. This is why I point to the sector conversation so often, guys. Sectors are telling us green light, go. Look at Eli Lilly. Oh, I told the health moves, guys. Look at MRK today. Look at this move. This is a 10% day for MRK already, and continuing to rip higher. Right? So healthcare stocks. Gilead probably continuing. Look at that, guys. It got me out at the gates and then did the move to 147. What another break. At least, hey, you guys can't say I don't give you guys something. Look at the takeoff on this thing. We are riding our way up there. So, hey, guys.
CDTG, whatever this guy is, for short of the day. Looks like a hangover.
Dude,
hangover.
Michael,
style play.
IBB 212s. Remember, we were talking on this pullback. This was the pullback to get right here around the 180s. Look at it now, 212s. Right? That's a beautiful,
got a
beautiful
pretty decent
breakout.
Decent position on that, obviously.
So you told me about like Moderna. So this has nothing to do with Moderna. This is an everything move. Look at NVS. Look at like if you have a health
Moderna's
stock right
just
now,
up 70%, right? It's
yeah. But it's like everything move.
Right?
It's everything move, right? Like if you have a healthcare stock right now and it is not up, throw it in the trash. Get the hell out of it. Because, man, this is one of those days where if you're not up, something's wrong. Something's wrong underneath the hood. So,
for sure.
Hey.
And you can always take those gifts as a swing trader. You can take partials, right? And then you can continue to expand, right?
It's an everything up move today. I like ISRG on the day. If you're like looking for like me, I'm looking for high quality healthcare stocks that I can scout today. ISRG would definitely fall in that space.
He's just flipped negative there for just a quick second. Just FYI.
Hot flies, you guys can always ask us as well if there's questions that you have about something. Hot flies was giving us some props for being a great stream explaining stuff.
Nice.
Trying. I really appreciate that comment. And, that's one of the things that we try to do. Here I'm getting ISRG, and you guys heard me say it before I got in, right? Not trying to cherry pick on you, explaining why I'm going after this name. For me, it's a leader in the space that has a really nice daily chart. And what is it? It's top of breed, right? So really nice daily chart, meaning that it has a really nice looking like flag pattern right here. hasn't been in a breakout, kind of lagging, but a leader in the space. So if it could get that breakout today to 404s, 410s, that would be a nice looking move here. If I can get 10 points, I'll take it. Let's go.
Crow is saying RDAC had halts.
Looking here at the ISRG. That's what he's talking about. Just someone was asking in chat, but yeah, look at it's easy to see, right? Again, we talked about this relative strength thing a lot yesterday, but I think it's hammering today. This is the RSP. This is the average kind of large cap stock. You can see opened up and just kind of ripped all day. And then if we go to the Qs, opened up and so far has been selling off. So as of now, undeniable, this relative strength is in the things that aren't tech. And it just makes a real easy checklist. If you are someone who's interested in relative strength, you can just go look at this, right? Put the RSP on one tiny chart and put the QQQs on another one. You can overlay them. It just showed you how to do that. You can do ratio charts, doesn't matter. But you just want to look and you say, okay, since the liquidity came in, what have they been buying and kind of what have they been selling, right? IWM, close to highs of the day. That's another good kind of, you call it value. You could, it's a bunch of different ways to classify it, but just showing that it's the big names, the NASDAQ 100, the 100 largest tech names out there are underperforming the average or everything else. Another way to do it, you can just go to like a breadth indicator. And if you take a look, right, most stocks are up today, 65%, 66% advancing. 2 of 3 stocks are up today. And then you go look at the Qs and they are flat to down. And just makes a really simple way. You don't need to make it super complicated. It's a real simple way to go, okay, where is the money flowing into today? Where is it flowing out of? What do I have to be worried about? What don't I? And you just look and say, okay, now this could change at any time, but for now, that's what's going on.
And also 28% or 2 out of the 7 mags were green with the big money. So right now, a lot of them are being sold off a bit, and it could be positioning. They could just be taking them down lower to get in. I really like where Google is positioned. However, I would need to see that Google, everything's slow now, is going back above 345. That would be my threshold to get into Google. But right now, those big names are pulling down, but the broader market is lifting it. So that's where XMAG is also great to look at, because that does show you where the big market is going without the Mag 7 drawing it down.
And that's the real thing, right?
Here so, Qualcomm, come seeing the Qs come back.
Right. So RSP is like very close to a new all-time high. Swing like a couple cents of a new all-time highs. And if it can do that with the Qs not joining, as soon as the Qs join the party here and start to make new highs, we could get just we're going to see
RSP up to 230. Up to 230.
One thing I would say is that,
nuts.
I know that it might not seem, and I know you're a proponent of thinking that tech hasn't been the driver of this rally, but I think you have to look at the weekly charts. I think we get too distracted by daily charts. Weekly charts look a lot better than the daily charts.
For this week so far,
bearish engulfing almost there.
Big green
does
candle.
Not look so good.
How is that a bearish engulfing candle?
On the week,
it's a pullback on
the week. It's
on the week.
That is a textbook bearish right now.
It's a pullback to the throwback look. Just draw your trend line on the Qs.
Until the week is not closed yet, but right now that's bearish. It's eating the one before.
It's just a wick back on the weekly, right? And so if you look at the real bullish engulfing candle is that left green candle. As long as you're not eating 50% of that candle or 50% of the retracement.
RDAC is open again for those trading it.
Right. So if you put a retracement from the recent move, right, we haven't even retraced 23.6% of the move.
Right. And how much have we retraced on the SPY? Right. It's been like what, 5-10%? So they're just relatively strong.
It's the same. Look, I fibs, man. The fibs, dude. You do it on same. It's the same pullback. It's literally the same pullback.
So do it on the SPY. right? And that's
Here,
that we're
dude,
talking in a
I'll show you
relative
it.
basis,
I'll
right?
show you it, guys. I'll show you it versus tell you it, right? I'll show you it, right? So right there, that's the fib retracement. Look where the pullback is, right around the 23.6. You
Okay.
do it on the Qs, 23.6.
Right.
It's the
So it
same
hasn't been
thing.
leading. Right. So the whole market's pulling back together. I was looking more long term. The Qs are nowhere near
so-
to all-time high. The SPYs are, right? So
Just remember where it's come in the last 19 days, right? Like that's where I think
less
we
than
were
the
getting-
SPY. Right? That's the thing, right? The SPY has moved more in the last month than the Qs.
6%
It has hit
from the bottom.
new all-time highs.
6% from the bottom
This
to
is
the
what
top.
makes a market, guys.
Right? 6% from the bottom to the top.
Right?
Qs
As a
from the
higher
bottom
beta name.
to the top of this move, 11.8.
Right. So what's the beta on the Qs?
So what has
the
moved
Qs
more? No. What has moved more?
The higher beta one has moved more, yes. Just like when
All
it went
right,
down,
then.
the higher beta one has moved more.
That's fine.
Right?
That's fine. Percentages are everything, right?
Well, here's the thing. How long
Okay,
are
so
you
then-
trading? And what
Wait,
chart
no,
are you
hold on.
looking at? Right?
Hold on.
Long
If
term, it's
percentages
all
are
bullish.
everything, let's use percentage from all-time high. The Qs is a lot and the SPY is a little. Right? So it's
All right, ISG
again,
going into the green here, but hey guys, I'm just saying this is a simple
Well, and
tech pullback and a reload
let's-
into the AI trade, right? So
And
How's
all
your
I'm
Dutch
saying-
brothers? Have you had
You
your
guys
coffee
could-
yet,
hold
Mitch?
on. And no, all I'm
I'm
saying
on-
is that
I'm
the
on
SPY is
fire right
relatively
now.
strong.
I think I'm on
So if we're
fire right
doing-
now, if anything.
So if
But-
we're doing
I love it.
percentages,
I love it.
the Qs are down.
You can go with the
percentages
quant
today, and the
tack, it
SPY
doesn't
is
make a
up
difference,
percentage
dude.
today.
I
Right,
have
so
the
if you're looking-
actual numbers.
Right. These Qs are down 0.1%. The SPY is up 0.25% today. So if we're looking at percentages,
But we're
The
not
SPY is
talking about
relatively strong.
today. We're not talking about today, man.
so if we're
Well,
talking this week,
what time frame are
if we're
you
talking this
trading? That's what
month,
I was trying to
if we're-
say. What time
Right.
frame are you trading?
if it's
short?
long term, the SPYs are at all-time highs and the Qs aren't.
Yes.
If it's short term, the SPY is up and the Qs are down. Right? If
But
it's
what has
some
led
middle term.
this rally back, guys? What led this rally back? Was it healthcare that led this rally back, or was it this Microsoft move that led this rally back?
Well, remember, only 2 out of the
You guys
7
tell
are
me
bullish at the
right
moment.
there, and we'll leave it in the chat's hands, right? You guys take a vote. Let us know. Do you think it was Microsoft's big move up, the Mag 7 that led this rally back? Or do you think it was the other sectors that led this rally back? Hey,
Speaking of Mag 7,
You guys
just turned negative on the day
throw it
this
up,
year
right?
as well. Qs really selling
Mags
here.
were
So
still
just be
below that
careful.
bigger money level at 69.
And we're down 0.5% here on the Qs.
Sorry, 68.52.
RSP has not budged yet, though. So you take a look at your RSP holding right near highs. Tech is definitely leading now, not to the upside, but we're getting a bit of a sell here. So just be careful if you're in the tech space. Just taking a look at some of these individual subsectors. Qs, XLI is also selling here as well. SMH flipped from being up like 2.5% to down 1.5%. IBB still going. So your biotechs, right? That's the kind of winner I see is biotechs and healthcare. If you look at this healthcare chart, man, just going all day. Right from the open, biotech, same thing, opened up, got bought up. Qs, complete opposite. So just be careful. Now, levels for the Qs to watch. We're getting close to the pre-market lows, which I'll just highlight here, which is 714.25. That's the low there for the pre-market. So just watch that one. We are already engulfed. No,
Our DAX
we
should be
didn't
opening
break
up
that high,
shortly.
but yesterday's low there. And then below that, if you're one of those gaps fill kind of guy, there's a gap around 700, which would be a pretty decent move to have from today, but could happen. And then if you take a look, right, RSP, if you want to look for levels like that, all-time highs are just $1 away. So if the Qs chill out, that's obviously going to be weighing on all this. That could have a nice little reversal there as well. But yeah, Qs just broke, I believe, the pre-market lows. Let me redraw that. Yeah, so new pre-market lows here for the Qs, down from the open. Let me just drag that up. So if we're going to do a little fakey here and start to rip higher, then that undercut of the pre-market lows and a turnaround and a pop would be what we would need to see there. LabU. I knew, Crow, where were you earlier? LabU. That's the juice right there. If you want the biotech juice.
Yeah, LabU, man.
But yeah. Not very liquid, that guy, though. Be careful.
Liquid at all. I actually don't like using it much.
TLT, Tax saying the bond market ain't buying it. Yeah, a little bit of a reversal there. Or what? What were you guys watching? It was BND. Yeah, come back just a bit. Wendy's. Oh, yeah, Wendy's perking up here too. Was there any more news there? In Wendy's, did the guy actually say he was buying it or not buying it?
No idea.
Let me look. If he hasn't refuted it by now, then he's definitely looking at it. Right? If you didn't want it, you would have said by now. You're like, no, I'm not interested in Wendy's. And yeah. So the real question I think we need to ask ourselves is this a little shake the trees, a little spook people before our boy Warsh, right? Are we going to sell into Warsh? And then when those minutes come out, is that going to be the reversal that we're looking for here?
Potentially. I mean, I think like most times, this is positioning for the bigger moves. That's it.
You're half an hour till your number there, your crude oil numbers change, just FYI.
Yeah.
Oh, and we got Trump speaking after Warsh. I'm just looking at I'll bring it up here. I'm just looking at Forex Factory. What's he talking about? Anyone know?
On again,
President
off
Trump
again,
speaks.
Canadian stuff probably. Have you seen any change in cost in Canada of items with the tariff wars?
No. Everything always costs a bunch up here. It's certainly nothing's really going up, nothing's really going down. It's just all expensive all the time. Let me see what so if this is about Canada, then even as the Canadian, I can say probably won't affect the U.S. market.
Well, it doesn't say Canada there. It says due to speak at the White House, broad range of subjects. Full details.
All right, let's ask.
Speeches that might have market impact. Let's go to Trump calendar. They usually have what they're going to talk about. The roll call for president's public schedule.
And the thing to note, right, with him, whatever they say they're going to talk about, it could literally be anything else, right? It could just be,
of course.
He could start talking about a Canadian tariff and go all the way off. So make sure you're paying attention to all of the different things that you're looking at there. Q's digging in here.
They've got a policy meeting at 11, policy meeting at 12:30, and then public press remarks with technology leaders at 2:30. So it's actually probably going to be a tech heavy discussion at 2:30, which would make sense for the drawdown, get in for the big money. Oh yeah, then Trump helps pump it higher. Thank you so much.
Yeah, don't come back looking at me about how you don't have the Qs.
They're I got the SPY. I bought I told you guys yesterday, right? That turnaround Tuesday setup got me big into the SPY, so I'm good with that guy. But yeah, holding it, it undercut that pre-market low, and now it's back up through it. So let's see if this continues. This IPST just continues down. This was one of those crazy guys yesterday. I think David that we had on yesterday was actually talking about this one. So from a hangover today, see if it gives way. But yeah, so we got Q's down 0.5% or 0.25%. We got SPY up 0.25%. RSP just is that new all-time high? High 222.96. It actually to the penny. So there we go. New all-time highs for the average stock for everyone who celebrates. Congratulations, everyone. Good job. We got a new all-time high going on there. And then let's see if
Just bought some NVAX.
can participate here.
What's NVAX trading now?
Oh, that was one of those COVID darlings, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. My dad had it from 23 cents and rode it to 200 and didn't trim any position. I was like, Dad, what are you doing?
No. Oh, no.
He's the trader in me. I'm like, I got to reprimand him. Take at least some profit. Just some.
Dad, you're not allowed to have accounts anymore. That would have been my conversation with my dad. You're not allowed to have accounts anymore.
Yeah, or like 60 cents. When it dropped back to some crazy low price.
You're not allowed. And you're cut.
Let's see. How low did it go? How low did it go? Yeah, look at that. Back to, in 23. And I mean, he held this for a long time. Let's see what the low was. 353. So $3.50. I swear it went to like 60 cents at one point. Let's go here.
Might have done some split shenanigans too, right?
Yeah. Lows, 350. Yeah. So 350, but I feel like it did have some splits. 775. Let's see. I mean, before. Let's go before COVID. Let's go 2018. Like he's held it for a long time. That was $23. No.
This Merck chart actually looks long-term interesting. Because I guess Merck was part of the same cancer vaccine, so they were researching it together. But
Johnson & Johnson is a nice one too. I mean, these charts just look amazing. There's so many charts that look great. I was talking Johnson & Johnson 236. It's now 275. It's been a crazy run in some of these.
A little bit of that, a little bit of Lilly, but most.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson looks stronger to me than NVAX.
Lilly has some drug news supposed to come in by the end of the year. That's why I liked Lilly. And look at the daily chart it's putting in today. Oh my Lord. Oh. Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly. Lilly. You should have had your LLX, dude. Today would have been the day, man. That's probably destroying. What is it? The Lilly leverage is LLYX. There you go.
Oh, don't worry. I love that. I get this thing where the broker will like email me that I'm like too concentrated in certain things. And I always laugh when I get the emails. It sent like 7. It's like, you are really concentrated in the healthcare sector. I'm like, yeah, man, I know. leave me alone.
Thanks for letting me know, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know.
Part of the trading plan. Thank you.
Yeah, just like when it yells at me that I'm out of margin, it's like, just be careful. And then it sends you like a course to take on margin. Like you can go take.
Do you want to learn about margin?
That's the. I want to be on margin. That's the whole point. That's why I have the margin.
Exactly. All right, guys. I'm going to call it a day. Time to go educate the kiddos. Don't just have a good one. Have a great one. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Later.
Right. We'll see what's starting to push or not. I'm looking for NVAX to get the rip back to the upside through the highs. Let's see if we can get that high breakout. 15-minute chart still looking really good, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. I want to see it rip above the highs and then keep going. We'll get to the action out there, guys. Let's keep pushing. Hold on. Let me get Jane off here. I think Ayush had to dip out for a second there. So, boop. There you go.
Kids back in school. No, my kids are too young for school. Daycare, though. Get them out of here. Have fun. Go have a blast. They come home tired. They both always look like coal miners because they've just been out playing in the dirt all day. Hose them off
can't
to
be
bed.
mad about that. There's a nice little push there for NVAX. So I'm going to take an ad on this and go for it in a second here, guys. This is going to be a bigger position. Nice little shot take today. So we'll take some shots. We're getting them. All right.
I know this is a crowd favorite, so I'll talk about this. I just took a NBIS swing trade here on the pullback. So this is
interesting.
Blah blah blah. What's the 141 is a stop, so that's a huge stop loss there on that guy. Sell. Yeah, so it's just looking for basically the next strong close to get out of. It's a real simple buy the dip, sell the rip, move on with your life. Trying to play inside this range. Just looking at this, right, 3 days down in a row is a little bit oversold on this one. TLT ripping, you're saying? Yeah, TLT reverse there. It's about to break those highs. It's good.
That's good signs. They turned it around, remember? Right? That's one thing we wanted to look at. What was the leverage TLT? I forgot it. Maybe we can trade that today.
MF, I think. TMF or TMX.
That's the one I would trade, at least if I wanted to leverage into the trade here and kind of scalp the momentum. You look at that right now, but it doesn't move much, so you need a lot of buying power. That's the only problem. ATR of daily range only about 74 cents. So you got to understand that, and you got to be able to load into it. You can get about 600 shares, so it's not like you can't get a lot, right? So that's a TMF leverage.
It's a good, and it also shows why I think we're getting this. If 2022 taught us anything, is that NVIDIA and Apple and all these guys don't care about interest rates. They didn't need interest rates high or low or whatever, but who needs interest rates? It's your IWM stocks. It's your mom and pop organizations, right? It's your average stock out there. When you have more money than God, you don't really care about what interest rates are. It's if you're debtor companies, then debtor companies are going to matter, right? The guys out there who are dealing with or swimming in debt, they're going to benefit more from this particular change in interest rate policy than anyone else. And I think that's why you're seeing, right, RSP hit a new all-time high with Qs down, is because you're seeing this certain sector. So like XLI, these guys, they generally take out debt, then they do whatever project they're going to do, and then they pay back the debt with the proceeds from the project. So they're going to have a bad time. It's going to be different depending on what your industry is. So like IBB, yeah, we're getting this move because of the cancer vaccine news. But at the same time, you're also getting just these companies, generally biotech companies, are large debt type of company, right?
All right, I just bought some AU, so gold trade, because gold is just stupid hot right now, and the chart looks great. So I'm going to take the shot real quick.
So yeah, it's someone asking, so why is IWM at all-time highs? Because, again, what happened this morning is the Treasury came out and said, we are going to defend interest rates. We are going to keep interest rates low. Basically, it was one of those, if the Fed's not going to do it, we're going to do it. That was the signal to the market. So as TLT goes up, it means interest rates go down, and IWM, a lot of these companies, if you were just to compare the balance sheet of the stocks in the Qs versus the stocks in the IWM, you're going to find way more debt in the stocks in the IWM, and you're going to find way more cash in the stuff in the Qs. So if interest rates if interest rates pushes lower, then the return that you're getting on your cash decreases, but also the amount you're paying on your debt also decreases. So you're seeing the companies that have a whole bunch of money, they're actually not performing super well, and you're seeing the companies that have a whole lot of debt, they're doing a lot better, because that's the change in the kind of mathematics that have taken place with this. Now, to me, it's like, it's wild, because of course they were going to defend the interest rates. We've just seen it over and over again with Trump. Every time TLT starts to, Mitch was talking about it yesterday. As soon as TLT starts to tank, you get the guy coming out. It's like his main thing. The dude's about two things. He's about tariffs and he's about low interest rates. That's his shtick. So it's like, he can't bully the Fed to do it. So he's bullying the Treasury to try to accomplish the same goal.
It's it has a Batman radar that goes off every time it breaks.
Yeah,
he looks in the sky. He's like, "Oh, I got to go rescue the TLT."
To his credit, I think last time when interest rates were zero, he proposed selling 100-year bonds, and people talked him out of it.
Oh yeah.
Looking back now, those 100-year bonds would have been great. But yeah, so it's just him trying to bully interest rates around.
Michael, just to keep you on the trade, your XLB trade, I think it's time. We got the pullback in a really strong signal today. So like, I think you're reaching a little bit, but you just got to know your risk to the bottom. So the XLB looks awesome here. I'll go to your charts so you can talk about that. I know you talked about this trade and I was looking for it. I think this is the signal you needed, this type of strength, because what are you seeing? And every sector green, everything pushing hard, right? So it's not just gold, it's gold, silver, chemicals, coal, inputs, copper, wood, specialty, building, metals, paper, steel, aluminum, all industries green. That's why it looks so big. That's why it looks so strong here.
Well, yeah, I agree. And what I might do, because we are still below this high, this might be a good time to take like a feeler, right? So maybe, take half a position here and say, okay.
Just use the weekly chart. The weekly chart won't give you it all, right? Like 52 was the real perfect buy. 53 shouldn't be bad. You know what I mean? I just got to think that mentality.
Oh, I'm not worried about chasing the gap up today. I'm just more worried about the 53.5 kind of overhead resistance. But so maybe what you say to yourself is, what I might do as I'm talking about the trade is buy, assuming this candle kind of stays strong today, you buy half of what I was planning on buying here and then buy the rest on that breakout. Because for me, I'm hoping to get, and I know luck won't happen like this again, but I'm hoping to get like an IBB style breakout, because this thing has been basing now since February. January, February is when this base is. So you're knocking on the door of 9 months of a sideways base, and then it breaks that base. I know it's going to give me some back and forth nonsense I'm going to have to deal with, but eventually, if it starts to break, then you could get a pretty good move. And that's why I'm looking at this as like investments, where this is something that I'm planning on holding for months. If we get a breakout on the basic materials, I've already got my gold, so this would be a good complement to that, because it's going to be other areas kind of in the same sector there.
ISRG continuing to move up higher now towards 404 now, guys. So I have AU, NVAX, ISRG. So here's a nice little trailing action following the 9, adding to this name, right? 1, 2, 3 times, right? But all in the green, right? All 10 shares, just kind of slowly grinding the action higher, looking good on that name. I went and dip bought some AU. This is where I want to kind of go ahead and maybe go break even. I could look for an hourly long pullback if it comes into play. But this is kind of more of a momentum buy, because gold is pushing really strong on the day, and it could keep pushing. I know how gold is. Silver, the same way, right? So look for those types of names. I like FCX. I like names like that. Where I got to stick tight is this trade here on NVAX. I've been waiting for it to break out, but the 15-minute is kind of trapping a couple times here. So I'm just keeping my eyes on the 15 minutes. It needs to hold this pattern and break above towards the 870s. Don't want to even give it back to the 9. So just sticking with the winners and trying to ride on trades like this ISRG. Financial services pushing basic materials, now leading the action with healthcare. So those two are almost up 2%. Healthcare is up 2%. Diagnostics and research stocks also making moves. TMO, DHR, just two names to mention there.
The MicroStrategy video, did you see that yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Seems to be holding on. He's posting more like boomer AI slop of
good
himself.
Lord.
But it's actually, it's holding of all things, which is just hilarious that in what's going on here. Snowman mentioning the Qs. Yeah, the Qs are down again. So they get above that pre-market low and then chopped around for a while, and then we rolled down just a bit more here. But let's see if we can dig in there and hold near that low or not. We still have RSP holding near highs of the day. So it's very much a focus, right? This, like, do you want to buy this chart or do you want to buy this one? And there's merits for both. It's just one of them is trend following, the other one's mean reverting. So if you like a mean reversion play, then you're going to look for some sort of move here on the Qs to make. And then if you want to be a trend follower and go with what people are buying right now, then you'd buy this one. When it comes to the overall, we're still in the 60% advancing area. Dow at all-time highs, right? Things are breath under the hood is still strong. It's just one area of the market, and that one area of the market's the one kind of giving us all the hard time.
It's looking good here on FCX. Let me see if I can grab some of this. Nah, I still need to get either out of one of my positions or go with a smaller feeler. But FCX looking great here on the daily. Like this look here off the 9, right? You can get this flag action. It started off red, but it could close the day back above the opening price, which was 68.89. And if this candle goes green, it'll be looking like a bullish breakout, right? So that's how candles on the daily can sometimes trick you, right? Right now it's red. Does it mean it's going to be red all day? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. You got to watch the action, right? You get back up through that opening price, back up over here, and you're looking good. This looks more like a 15-minute that keeps finding buying pressure on the pullback.
And we got to remember too, we got Warsh, right? Everything that's happening before Warsh could just be games.
The Warsh
so we could get a Warsh coming in and just
it can get all washed out. All washed out. Yeah. There you go. I got your meme to put out, Michael. You just say, "Don't get washed out today." Pun intended.
Yeah,
Don't get washed
the other
out.
guy. I miss J-Pow. Right? I hope he's doing well.
I miss J-Pow too.
He used to come out and talk, and things used to rip when he used to talk, and then this guy comes and
I miss J-Pow.
Just bummers.
I miss the J-Pow. I just got stopped out there on the pullback. I put the stop, immediately got hit on ISRG. Not a bad thing, as what I wanted to do was make sure that I paid myself for this trade in case it went red here, and keeping myself playing the day. Right now, I think it's all about playing the day right now. Stocks are moving. So what we need to be doing is making sure that we're not getting wrecked on one trade, right? Because if stocks are moving, you should be able to find your flavor at some point. Even if you're getting hit on one or two trades, right? If you're able to work through that and not get destroyed, you're usually able to fall in the right direction, right? So we'll see what happens on that. Talking about that in the last 5 minutes, only thing up is tech and everything else went red. So are we just seeing kind of the Pistons effect starting to play?
Well, let's see here on the Qs if we can get back through that pre-market low. Right? SPY did a little bit of a sell. It's nowhere near pre-market low. It's not even quite at today's low. But what would help it is if this Q could just recover. Again, this line is the one I drew earlier. This is pre-market low. You can see we bounced off at once, and then we kind of bled right through. If we can retake that quickly, that's kind of what we need for that undercut and rally type of a play. But let's see, right? We're getting some on this 1 minute candle. We're getting some bullish action. We're coming back up to test it, but I do think this is the line. This is the area that's interesting. Then through that, again, through VWAP, 15 minutes from now, we have oil numbers. which is something that generally doesn't move the market, but I think people kind of pay a little bit more attention to with what's going on in the Middle East and see if that can move something. If not, we're all waiting for old Warsh to come in here and bless us or not. Now, reminder, this isn't an FOMC like event. There's not a new interest rate or anything like that. It's just we're looking at what's happening in the last meeting. You know, they're all singing Kumbaya, or they're all at each other's throats. What's going on there?
So
and then from there we get a good picture, right?
One of the things to remember is that the last one was changed, right? So we keep getting more and we're getting less insight inside of it. So we used to get a little bit more, and people think that the minutes is a transcript. Did you know that it's not a transcript? It's just a summary. It's just what they want to give you. So don't get that twisted too, right? It's just what they want to give you. It's nothing more.
Could you imagine that they give you the whole transcript? There's some guy like making fart jokes half the time.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Michael, but that's what I want as someone that runs the markets, and I want transparency, full transparency. I want this to be like, hey, we're recording now. Okay. And then boom, yeah. I get to know exactly what the hell you guys were talking about versus this whole, oh, we'll show you the book, but we're not going to let you see inside of the book, right? We'll show you the cover, but we ain't letting you look inside underneath the hood.
Yeah, they're probably just it's like probably 90% talk about sports, things like that. And then they're like, yeah, what do you want to do with interest rates? Just leave them the same. All right, cool.
There's a trade I gave you guys, of course, ISRG making new highs here, continuing there. That's not a bad trade. I was looking at maybe potentially 410s available, and probably was. I just got cut out there a little bit. Now NVEX going in the green there for me, so I'm not going to be too mad. But I gave you guys this trade as a quick way of looking at the flavor of the day and taking the shot, right? Michael called out healthcare, right? Well, just look at what's in there, right? What hasn't gone? Daily chart of a leader, right? And then look at the action today. What has it shown me? Momentum to the upside, because it's holding the 9 EMA, right? So hope you guys are able to learn from our action here, because like at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. And I hope you guys are getting stuff out of this. How can you guys let us know? Hit the share button and let us know that what you learned on the stream today, or maybe let others know what you're learning so that others can find us and we can continue growing here and pushing on. AU holding in here, guys. I tried to add on a limit pullback. Gold is on the takeoff. I'm just going to leave it alone and let this try to work now.
Looking here at the Qs. They did get back above. Did get back above there just for a second. SPY also popping. So we're getting some pushes here across the board. RSP, new highs of the day, new all-time highs again, right? Average large cap stock just ripping. And then if you look, the Qs trying to get above that level. Did get above that level. It's trying to hold above that level now. So we'll see if, this is the anchor, right? This is the thing dragging us down. We got semis down 2.5%. We got the Qs down 0.5%, whereas RSP is just ripping. So imagine what could happen to RSP today if that anchor just played nice, just bounce a little bit for us here, and then maybe we get a little bit of a move there across the board, right? That's what we need. That's what we need to have to get things really going, because the SPY is trying, right? We got this descending trend line, or however you want to draw it, that it's trying to break out of, and that could get us going here. RSP, again, new highs all the time. We just need this guy to participate. It's why I'm focusing so much on it, because if we do hold, and that was just an undercut of this pre-market low, and we start to move from there, that could end up being a pretty nice day for the SPY. And so again, the reason I do this is because the RSP is mostly not tech, right? It's a good average of everything that's going on. And then the SPY is 30 to 40% tech, and the Qs is like 90% tech. So it's going, right? What is doing the best? What is doing the worst? If you look at those three, and you're always hanging out in the large cap space there, you're getting a good idea of, from those three things, how much tech is either helping or hurting the market.
That guys just took a new position there. FCX, long FCX, still got AU and NVAX looking for it to push here. We'll see what happens here. FCX just did 2 buys off of that 68 pullback right now. Talked about it, didn't want to wait about it, got the buying power that I wanted. I took the shot. Let's see if we start to get another ad. I'll look for the next ad through the opening price around the 69 spot. So once we start to really drive here a little bit, I want to add again and then go for the big win. We'll see what happens there. FCX looking good here on the drive. Of course, the XLB trade is a trade that I like here. SCCO could be another target in this same space. I just went with FCX. I could see the volume there. So going after it, we'll see what happens. XLB, of course, you can take a look at and then see if that can continue to work. I saw a lot of volume come in recently. You see this volume spike? Look how you're going to see it also on FCX, right? So there was a big volume spike there. And there was a big volume spike all around. That came off the SPY. That was algorithmic or something, because maybe it was when the oil number it's about to come in, right? There's some positioning ahead of this. Let's see what happens. A lot of action going back and forth, guys.
Q's sold back there. Not holding on yet, so we'll see. We got 8 minutes till oil numbers. Not a huge mover for the market, but could be a little kick one way or another. And nothing from Walter Bloomberg this morning. He's been a lazy dude. Either that or he's resting. He's resting for his moment with Warsh.
He's getting ready. The bots are resting. He said bots take the morning off.
What's with this new, and he I don't get the new profile picture. Like he's trying to pretend to be a real human again. Come on, man. You've had the same profile picture for like 10 years. You just update it now.
Man. Can't just act like you're somebody else.
You could argue you waited for AI to get really good.
All I gotta say is, man, Airbnb, man, that thing has been hot, and won't stop, man. And I don't think there was anybody pitching Airbnb like a month ago. I don't think you could find somebody. And now it's up there to 188 from the 140 area, and just holding on. Like, it won't even give me a chance to come in. That's usually the sign, right? When the stock doesn't even give you a chance, like the red days are tiny. Watching the Qs.
Michael? I see in chat
Qs are
there.
sleepy.
So yeah, we got Q's still trying. Like this level, there's so much fight going on right here. I'm not a volume profile guy, but if I was, I bet you there'd be a huge spike of volume just happening inside this zone. This is where the battle is chosen to be fought, right in this zone. So let's see if we can, again, if this continues, then we see the SPY turn around and start to make highs. And then that last lagging sector that's been kind of dogging everyone goes. And then what happens to the RSP? And when we broke a new high, what happens with those other ones, right? So yeah, new all-time highs for everyone that celebrates. Give yourself kind of a pat in the back. And away you go. Say congratulations, the average stock. So XLF did a wicked turn today. So this might be something to keep an eye on. First couple minutes for financials were down, looked down and out, and then turned and then went positive there for XLF.
SoFi. Nice reload trade if you want, like momentum, right? That could be a nice one there. You can also just go JPM, banks, kind of coming back right now. But I like the FDS trade, man. I've told you this trade, Michael. I'm going to keep yelling at you because at some point you're going to tell me, yeah, bitch, that was another one for me. Because you're good at taking these, man. That FDS trade. Everybody hating FactSet research. I've been talking about it since 270s. It's now almost 300. So that's one, Michael. I would tell you that I can't do it, but I know you would nail this thing, man. And this is one of those where it's just like, dude, the stock got cut in like more than half because AI is supposedly taking over. All these financial advisors are just going to put their AI into FactSet's AI, right? Into their data moat. This is a strong one, man. I'd take a look at that one. You see how it's been turning off the bottom, right? So, hey, interesting name. What you seeing?
Just gold, just continuing.
I told you, man.
Continue to
Gold,
rip here
man.
in gold.
Gold. This is the TLT, and that's why I'm in it on the AU move. I said I can't miss this. And if I look at gold overall, I have like an equally weighted outlook. It looks really good. Like I'm not gonna try to like tell myself it's gold. I'm just gonna say the chart, and then you can see it. It woke up today, man. AU is just ripping now. Up there to 105s now, and the thing is that this was already a gap out move, right? Like it started in the morning, pulled back, and it's just going. You can also do leverage, right? JNUG, right? You got your JNUG, right? Your dust. The dust is like the bears
even
version.
Intraday.
Oh
That's
my God,
crazy.
This is why I'm saying like today's the day where you take your haircuts and you find a stock like this. Like stop looking at stocks that are not doing this today. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Especially I'm talking day traders more, right? Because you go with the flavor, right? Q's turning a little bit here, man.
Generally speaking, right? You get these FDA announcements, and a lot of it gets priced in the gap. So to see a gap and rip like that is crazy. I've been in MicroStrategies for ages. However, I was looking at it there because, man, this base, this is one of those moments where I'm glad I'm just a technician and a quant because the dude just triggers me into the end of the world. And I still think he blows up one day and creates an amazing buying opportunity for crypto. It seems like there's really low risk kind of play. And everybody hates him. Like I'm not alone in hating him. And you guys know how much I love to buy the thing that everybody hates. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about pulling the trigger here. And then what a stop goes just right under these lows. So I'm buying at 99, stop at 91. So I'm risking 9 points. To make 18 points, that would just be right here. That's a easy 2 to 1. And if things kind of really get going, I've got to remember this was at some point a $500 stock. I don't think it's going back to be a $500 stock. But if it's a $200 stock, then great. But yeah, I see on like today's news there on Twitter, every time he posts a video, everyone's just dunking on him. And I love these sentiment plays. It's the only kind of discretionary play I really ever make anymore is just show me the thing that everybody is mad at. And that's the thing. Everyone hate Elon. All right, I'm going to buy some SpaceX. Everyone, love this thing. Oh, I'll kind of short it. And yeah, so I'm watching. Let's see what happens at the end of the day. Let's see what happens after Wash. We'll put it that way. When we come in tomorrow, I might be saying that I'm long this. And there's a bunch of ways to do it. There's MSTU, I think, as well. Yeah. That's one way to do it.
These are showing a little bit of life.
Good. I've been buying so much stuff. I bought that NBIS today. I bought some STX today. I've just been looking over, and my bot's just like, buy this, buy one of those, buy one of these. So I guess I've kind of put my fate with the Warsh dude.
With the Warsh. The Warsh. Like a wash.
That's good. That's a good idea. Let's switch to the swing segment. And I'll break down what I'm looking at on MicroStrategy a little bit more and give examples of some other trades I made with this setup next year. I think good time to talk a little bit from the swing side of things.
Do it.
All right, let's go back to this. And this was, again, well, either thank you, TAC, or how dare you, TAC, for pointing this out, depending on whether or not I make money off it. But a lot of what I do from the swing side of things, when I take discretionary trades, which are kind of more rare in nature, is just look for extremes in sentiment. And the reason for it is partly just because I'm a cynical dude, but the other part is just if everybody hates something, who is left to sell it? And if everybody is loving something, who is left to buy it? And that's generally what happens near tops or bottoms. Everyone thinks that XYZ thing is going to continue forever, and then it doesn't. I mean, recency bias, whatever it is that you end up wanting to call it. But I did this in a couple ways this year because this has been a really good year for this particular trade. The first one, was IVG. There was a moment where people were saying that every software company in the world was going to go bankrupt. Now, you don't just look at the sentiment and take the other side of it, because if everyone's right and sentiment's at an extreme, that's just a trend, right? That's how trends happen. What you're looking for is sentiment to get extreme and price action to flip. A great example, I always kind of credit Jason Shapiro for a lot of this kind of work. He talks a lot about news failures. I don't do that as much, but the way he teaches it and the way he's traded it is he looks for sentiment or positioning to be on one side. And then he looks to have some news event that, like, say everybody is long something, and then you have a news event that comes out that in all intents and purposes should be a bullish news event. The company gets an upgrade or FDA approval or something, but that news fails. So you get an opposite of what you think the news should do. Or, you have a good economic number, but the market doesn't react positively to it, whatever. That's his signal for, okay, maybe everybody who is long the thing has already been long the thing, and then there's no one left to buy the thing. For me, I just look at kind of pure price action. So in IVG, what I looked at was we had this couple days that we undercut this very clear support, right? This is not super advanced technical analysis. This is just a clear zone in which we've bounced on the pass, and then we undercut and we ripped right through, and you can see the trend that kind of took place from it. So what I'd look for on MicroStrategy is a bit of the same thing, where, like we mentioned, everybody in the world hates Michael Saylor, and probably because there was if anyone has invested in this over the last number of years, they've gotten absolutely killed. And it's one thing to be a bad investment or be a bad investor. The other thing to be so loud about it, in which he is. And here, I'll actually bring up while I'm doing this. This was trending for me on Twitter because everyone's looking at this and saying, how dare he kind of tweet this stuff as his company's kind of falling apart. And it's that, it was this video where he kind of tweets that he is hilariously enough underwater. So he's actually quite a bit under this water, quite literally, talking about how he's building while he's underwater where everyone else wouldn't, and right, all of this engineers harness this volatility, all the nonsense stuff. So the whole world's against him, rightfully so, in my opinion. However, price action isn't really agreeing with that right now. He was getting kind of clowned on yesterday, and it could just be that Bitcoin's going up, but we're starting to see a little bit of a push. So I scroll back on the chart. There was a big emotional low that happened here right at kind of like 105. And ever since then, we've been consolidating. So the trade I'm thinking of is pretty clean and pretty simple. If we get a break above, say, $100, you could use an even $100 level. I'll probably buy some, go long, and stop originally goes there. So that's just the idea of using sentiment to your advantage, is if you can find where the masses are and just take the other side of that. It doesn't mean you'll always be right or anything, but it means that if I'm right, there is a lot of people out there to buy. There's not a lot of people out there to sell. MicroStrategy, but there's a lot of people out there that might need to buy to cover, whatever it is. It's a way to kind of look at sentiment and look at the boat being loaded and say, hey, it's might be time to take the other side of that. Yeah, MicroStrategy's been horrible for me. Just read in the chat. MicroStrategy's been horrible for everyone. I think for like the last handful of years, it's been very hard to be good in MicroStrategy unless you've been to the short side.
Yeah, 100%. And Bitcoin always goes into winter, right? Forget that. At some point, it goes to winter.
And it's, everyone.
Man, gold is just going, Michael. It just doesn't stop.
I have
that AU buy was a nice one, at least.
This is the hard part for me, right? Because I've got this gold trade. I described it weeks ago, and it's a seasonality thing, right? So it's Diwali.
Wow, FCX takeoff too, man. Holy. Buy your materials trade, Michael.
Yeah, as long as we hold them.
Look at that takeoff, right? That was just a trade I just literally described 2 seconds ago. Straight taking off now. Let's see what's leading the last 5 minutes. Technology and basic materials leading the last 5 minutes. Daily chart looks amazing on basic materials, equally weighted too. Because I have like a different chart, right? Like most people don't have these equally weighted charts. And Michael, it looks great. It looks like a throwback look, about to hit resistance, and then we'll see what can continue. But that tells me also take a look at names like in the uranium names, right? The LAU, the UUUU, USAR, right? Like I'm going to go buy USAR. Like I'm not even going to front myself, dude. I'm just going to go get it. Like don't even overthink it. Just buy it. I could go leverage too. I'm sure. I'm sure the leverage guys in the chat are like, no, forget that. Let's just go ahead and get the leverage. Where's the leverage? Where's the juice? Just grabbed a little bit of USAR. Willing to grab some more here. I can grab more. Let's grab a little bit more. Let's see what we can do with this name. This name loves to rocket. So I'm trying to fill in there. Just got it there, guys. Now got about 100 shares of USAR. Bottoming chart. Really can brisk off the 18 now. So I like that look that I can brisk the 18. AU up 2%. You're seeing 5 positions on today when I went to what? 0 positions. Came in today making money and trying to make some more, right? So, hey, let's get after it. All right. All right. Let's see what else is out there. See, still seeing a push there. AU now 106.61s. Now seeing USAR starting to get the lift there. Willing to take some more trades in this space, right? LAU is a name that I like, right? Longer term, right? So maybe I get just a tiny bit of LAU, right? I could also look USAM or MP Materials. MP Materials is a nice name. I like it, right? This one is not a bad name to have, right? Oh, what about LAC? Ooh, in the dumpster fire, LAC. Yeah, man, I am in the let's just keep getting some in the honey pot here and try to see how much we can get and try to also diversify a little bit. LAC, perfect example. Stock that's not doing anything. I'm gonna expect it to wake up, right? Things like that. UAMY, right? US.
Qs are close to going positive again. Right, so that would RS or SPY is up 0.5%. Qs are just ticking. They're down 0.04%. So it's got a chance. Got a chance to flip back positive today. I kind of liked it better when it was down because then Warsh could come in and rip us. I don't want us to be too high when Warsh comes in. Could be just
ride the
superstition,
gains where you can get them, man. Right. Ride the gains when you can get them, man. That takeoff in FCX, What you want to see when you buy a stock, right?
That's it.
Good looking trade there, man.
It's been a good day. It's been a good day. I'm getting the
USAR waking up here, guys. I'm gonna go for an ad here on USAR on the bid. Oh, no more buying power. No more fuego. No more fuego. I want some more. I want more. Degenerate.
That's good though, right?
Give me 5. Give me 5. I have it all out. And everything like tightening down, right? Even to have this healthcare NVAX, right? And everything in the green and maybe slightly red. Like one slightly red, right? So managing the positions, trying to let them run when I have green today. Did I take some red today? Yeah. Like, I'm still up like 614 on the day, right? But I did take some red. I was down like 52, 24, 27, 43. You add that up, probably around the 150, 160 range, right? So did take a $50 winner. So we bring that back down to like 110. And now I have positions on with a lot going on, right? With a lot of like push. And that's what you want. Give yourself the chance to win, guys. Keep playing the game. And sometimes that's taking the haircut, admitting you're wrong on timing, and that's okay. Like this one, I'm at the point I'm ready to let it go. 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks up there. Either you go or you don't. So I'm gonna put it right behind it and let it go. Right? Don't need to let this break down. Don't need to lose much on this. Want to continue to ride FCX. Want to look for USAR to take off. Right? And if I do get out of NVAX, that opens up money to put it into another play and continue trying to make more.
Now it's time to start looking at upside potential targets, right? We were monitoring the cues on the way down. Now we start monitoring on the way up. SPY, I think, right, this is through the high of the day already. So we just look at that high from that kind of news event about the yields. It's 771.83, call it 772. Right? We're already through today's high. We want to hold that. So positive from the open, positive from the close. Qs, high day is going to be our first place. And you see how the high of the day is way closer to that high there as well. So that's sitting around 721 or so. So we've got that high of day. That to me is going to be the most important thing for the Qs. Does it do the red to green move where the candle was, pretty red earlier in the day? And that flipping green, I think, would be a pretty monumental task there. SPY was a little easier because it never pulled back as hard, but we did the same thing where this candle was red at one point, and now we've crossed back through the open just barely, and then it's green there. And then you just look at the other sectors that might be able to do that as well, right? RSP, open green, stay green. There's no pullback there, but some of these other ones like SMH, could that have the same thing? Now that's a big way to go. It still has to go rip over 1% to turn green, but it's still very early in the day. These things definitely could happen. And when those things occur, you end up getting pretty decent moves. So I know there's a lot of, as mentioned, I got a buddy, and that's all he's traded for like 10 years is red to green, green to red, that type of thing. So crap. I may be able to escape now by the skin of my teeth. So someone was underwater for a second there. Yeah, we're about to go, trying to get positive again. That might be another way to take a look at it, right? Those two levels. So that's yesterday's close and today's open. That's two different ways of defining red to green. Some people look at it, going through yesterday's close. A lot of people just look at the candle, right? And so going back through the open. So, Qs at VWAP, yeah, that's another level that it's battling. SPY obviously high of the day, so well above VWAP, but Qs are battling that now.
securing some of my AU scalp, right? That's a gold scalp. So at this point, the pullback could happen back down to 105s. I'd rather take the money and run here and reload if needed. So set the stop there to take the money and run in the green if it pulls back below the 106.50s. So that gives me the potential to let FCX run, because this is more the one that I'd actually like to hold on the swing, right? So I'll look to hold that on the swing. And there goes NVAX, now just left with nothing but green and potential big green. And that's what I want, right? Just cut those small ones, looking for the bigger trade, and then add to what's winning, right? Now, you don't need to add to what's losing. I want to add to what's winning and take my shots that way.
Pull the weeds and water the flowers. That's what I was just
Give him
always
some
taught.
water, dude. Give him some fertilizer. Throw some manure on it.
Wow. Yeah, open.
Not a bad day.
Where's my open? Yeah, open's
Not a
trying
bad
to bounce
day,
here.
indeed.
So yeah, open, I guess, was another from the swing trading segment we just did. It's another, I don't know what the sentiment of this, but it's the same kind of pattern, right? It had a big gap down and rallied the day. Green, and now it's just trying to get out of this base, still inside the base, so not a huge trade there, but same kind of idea. So you're looking for areas of support to get broken and reclaimed pretty quickly. And I'm just assuming that the near-term sentiment on open's probably pretty bearish, considering it was $11 stock here, and it's down to $3 now. So again, you get a bounce into 120 or something. There we can go. Rates, all rates. Yeah, that's right. That's why we had the rip we had. It's been just one big day where it's just all rates, which is why I think the certain sectors that are performing well are performing well. They're going to be more rate sensitive plays. So yeah, well, like open is going to be a rate sensitive move there as well. So that's why we're getting such a huge outside gain on that one. Question is, does the market buy that they're going to have the ability to defend? That's, I think, what everyone's kind of dancing around right now. We know the sectors that are going to perform better under low interest rates. We know the areas of the market that are going to perform better under low interest rates. We just need to know if the market believes that they're going to have those low interest rates.
All right, guys, just took a little bit of a shot there in NVLL. Taking a little Marvel. Just got stopped out of that AU trade there. That will open up some more funds for me to take a potential add in this trade. I like Marvel. Came out with really good news today, going sideways on the pullback. But what did it pull back, right? That's the real key. My man Steve would tell me the same, right? What's the pullback look, right? We'll take a look here. I think I did the expansion. Let's do the retracement. I don't need the expansion. I want the retracement. All right, if you take a look there, where's the retracement to? The 50% line, right on that spot there. Looking for it to retrace right back up there. We'll see what happens. 50% retracement for Marvel. Also still got Qualcomm, seeing a little bit of some pullback now in USAR. Just got to hold off the bottom here and look for the reversal back up, right? Just hold off the bottom there. Don't need to risk too much. Trying to see that pullback play in.
Lagging. And DRAM. Both these guys. Got to get going.
Remember, it gapped up, though. It gapped up. That's the problem with DRAM. That's why I hate DRAM, dude. It's such a bad indicator to look at. The SK Hynix gaps up's always kind of shake it around. I hate the way SK Hynix trades right now, right? So, you just gotta have to look at the deeper charts,
right?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? And it shakes the ETF, right?
Well, yeah, most of the DRAM ETF, I think, is located outside of the States. And the stuff that is in the States is more correlated to the Korean markets and the US markets right now.
It's mostly SK Hynix, man. It's mostly SK Hynix, so. That's going to weigh a factor.
SKHY. Yeah, so that's been it's funny with all that action. Just looking at the daily chart of this, it's like right at the IPO price. It's with all the drama up and all the drama down. It's just been right there as well. The sideways kind of action across all of this, but sideways in just such a glorious fashion. You were just seeing even things like SNDK. These stocks haven't moved really in the last, they're at the same price they were a couple months ago, but they double above it and then they half below it, and just the kind of nightmare back and forth, right?
You're still looking a little proppy here. Let's start bringing the Qs back, man.
That's what we need, right? SPY's
That's what we
been
need,
holding
and
this
then
0.5% up. The Qs need to
play
play ball.
Look at the Tesla run. Tesla's on a run today. That can help the market.
Well,
can
so
Microsoft get back to the green?
Is SpaceX down? Is that because
the relationship's broken, man?
Yeah,
the relationship has broken, and the reason why is a lot of speculation on the Roadster. I don't think that's going to change things for them, but
no one cares about their cars anymore, do they? It's all about robots now.
It's just it's a car that he said for a long time that he was going to do, one of those kind of things, and then he's actually trying to do it now. So the Roadster looks nice.
We believe him this time,
but yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it was like a cryptic like post that Elon had done in the past, and it eventually became a thing where he was like, I got to eventually come out with this car because people are going to want it. Microsoft actually going green. Remember, I was short Microsoft, and that's actually starting to push. So if you want to see what can maybe drive us to the green in the Qs, it's going to be the mags looks like holding us up. And, I was actually more a proponent that maybe we see the mags kind of fade off a little bit here. I'm seeing Google strength here. I'm seeing Amazon strength. I'm seeing Microsoft strength. I'm seeing Tesla strength. You know what I mean? Apple is not really going weaker. It's getting stronger on the day. The mags is what's going to bring this back. Look at the mags right now, Michael. This is a tell sign for me. This is what tells me to stay and not run away from the Qs trade, right? Because this. Right, mags is waking up, and I thought it wouldn't. I thought it would continue fading, but you can't get it all right. But this tells me something that the big boys are playing in today, yet the Qs has barely done anything, right? Barely gone green. But take a look at the Microsoft chart on a tighter time frame, right? You're starting to see what? Starting to wake up and hold, right? Then you see Amazon, boom. Google, boom, right? Let's see if Meta, that was even red, that had the bad report. You see, it's holding well. Tesla breaking out, Apple, AAPL. You see, pushing. Now, if NVIDIA can catch here and some others, it's not a bad look here, guys. Not a bad look. I might go NVDL or like kind of leverage NVIDIA. I like the NVDL, so I'll probably go with that.
It's been right. Software held, hardware.
I'll take the shot.
Dumped, and then the question is those reverse back.
All right, guys. So now I have 6 positions on, and now I'll just manage. Right, like I can still even have a little bit of buying power, but they're small positions on. Right, when I go to 6 positions, I'm no longer concentrated in Gilead. Right, I'm not $17,000 on every single one of these positions. I pushed it out, right? Like I have max position is FCX, but that's because it's working so well. Like I'm triple digits on that, right? But everything else is under the 2.5 and majority of the positions under the 2,000 mark. to give you perspective,
Yeah.
right? Like you can take a position and then you also want to take at certain moments some like diversification, right? Today would be a perfect diversification day, hoping that some of these buckets end up in the green, right? Like we put out a whole bunch of buckets and we're trying to catch the rain here. You know what I mean? At some point, you hope one of these buckets can catch something, right?
13, 14, 15, 16. There. Yeah, that's how many positions I'm in now. Same thing,
There's a
right?
reason
This
why.
is why.
Yeah,
Well, and
spreading out
it's the
buckets.
nature of the market, right? We were in a market for a while there where big cap tech and DRAM and all these things were just ripping. And to perform well in the market, you had to be in those particular names. And now we're just in a different environment in which more diversity of stock is going up and the Qs are just turned positive and everything else is going. So I was able to buy, and these are my swing trades here. And then day trades are different beasts entirely. But sometimes the market is very concentrated. There's one or two themes or areas that are ripping, and you should probably be concentrated with it. Then there's times like this, like we've been talking about all day, the average stock has been ripping and making new all-time highs, and the Qs just hasn't. So that just means the market is just spread out more, just a wide breadth rally. So you should be looking at maybe a little bit of healthcare, maybe a little bit of industrials, maybe a little bit of metals, maybe, right? And just spreading your bets a bit more. When eventually this is going to flip and you're going to see the RSP flat or lagging in some way, and you're going to see the Qs ripping. Well, in that time, you want to kind of concentrate, right? You want to concentrate on that thing that's working. But right now, it's not one thing that's working. It's a little bit of everything. So I've just got myself spread, again, 16 different positions into a little bit of everything. And thankfully, these are the moments I really like being systematic, is because I don't need to monitor all of them. They will just kind of.
Oh yeah, you don't gotta be like me, worried all day long.
Yeah. No, I'll get emails and pings and everything to say, hey, take
your shot.
Take this.
I'm taking the shot for the Qs to come back on the day, and that's a lot of what I took. A lot of tech names, especially the Magnificent 7 that I gave you, the new Magnificent 7. So I have a lot of those names like NVIDIA. I have Qualcomm still. I have ARM. I even got SK Hynix there. Now I got 8 positions. Just added 2 more there, and we'll let it work. We'll stay tight and look to see if the momentum just turns, and boom, see if we reap the benefits.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
I bought a bunch of tech today. I bought NBIS, which I talked about, STX. I bought both those today. Also bought Wendy's. Funny enough, it's the one thing I think I bought today that isn't performing. The system was just looking at this little bull flag breakout. So hopefully there's some good news. That guy comes through and says, yes, I am buying it for $10 a share. That's what I'd like today. That would make me happy.
A good
OPLN.
optical ETF would be best. Yeah, I agree. I think there should be an ETF. I would just call it, you ready? I'd go buy this ticker from whoever is this National Vision Holdings. Please give me their ticker because I want it. or maybe it's, OPIC, optic, right? Something like that.
Seems to be a good business, right? I remember people were bugging Tuttle and saying, hey man,
I think we can leave with this, right? I can put the screen up and at least feel that we didn't do it wrong. I'm leaving with everything either break even or in the green. Right?
Nice.
Just leave. Let's get out of here. Let's go party, Michael.
Just be careful. My closing remarks. Just be careful for Warsh, man. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal, but it could be.
I don't think so. The thing is, it's a minutes and it's a summary. So I'm going to look for the Qs to wake up here, and then what I will look for is at that point potential profit taking. Right, 2 p.m. profit taking, and then look for 3 p.m. reloads. Right. That's kind of the mentality that I'll have, right? So if I can get these names to rip right now into 2 p.m. and I see them up a decent amount going into wash, there's nothing wrong with me just taking the money and just going back to cash, right? So don't think that you have to stay through the FOMC minutes if you have a bunch of green, right? Whenever we go into uncertainty moments, realize the only certainty in life is either realized or it's not real, right? Unrealized money is fake, right? Until you have it in your account, that's when it's real money. All right, guys, We'll see what happens out there. Take care. 11:01. We're out of here. We'll switch you over to the scanner side things and keep the party going. See you later, guys.
Peace.
Boom. Now we're talking. 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 And we're talking. There we go. All right. How we doing? How are we doing? All right. Let's get to it down there. Let's go to the banners because it is now the lunch recap. We need one of those. 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 Live stream at FLive as FOMC. All right. I don't know here. Like a new banner down there at the bottom. I'm trying to find like all the different banners. Can I create? Oh, I want to create a banner. Oh, I wasn't down there. There we go. There we go. We'll just do that. We'll do this one for now. We'll do that for now. Boom. Bam. Smash that like button. How we doing for the day? Smash it, smash it, smash it. Smash it. We're not on the live trading room. How do we, that's what I want to update because now we're on lunch recap. So at the bottom, I need that thing to be saying lunch recap down there is what I needed it to be showing. Darn it. It's not giving it to me. It's just not giving it to me. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. This one today, I don't know if you guys caught it, but how about this barn burner of a barn burner? I mean, you can see my entry over here and the overall exits on this play. Entry, exit, 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 exit. Still in at very small shares. I was hoping for the next leg up. Should have taken some 11, maybe into the 12s there for ZS. The offering was actually a good news offering where they were buying essentially up to 1 billion of meme core tokens. 30, and it was priced in at, the 3.5 million shares and warrants were purchased at 36 million shares purchased at $25.19 a share. Well, we're not quite to that price. Not quite yet, anyway, to that $25 price. But maybe we might get there. Maybe we get there. Maybe we get there. Sean, how we doing? Bronze, how we doing? What do you think of the Qs today? I'll look at that in just a minute, Sean. Maybe at some point we'll have some more people joining. I was actually the one today, which is so funny to think about this. We changed the day around, but we were going to get Avery's glasses done. We were going to get, we're trying to get to leaving the house. We've talked about this, leaving the house. Look at the hair, guys. The hair is just growing. Us leaving the house at the same time, it's still a little struggle with us, all the dogs we have, yada, yada, yada. So we're working on that with however many dogs we do have. And when we leave at the same time, we're getting it to like we're going to leave at like 3, 4, 5 hours at a time until they start getting a little antsy in the pantsy. Anywho, so we were going to do that today. And I was going to leave this stream early. Like, I was going to, like, make sure Alejandra figured she was going to be here. I'm going to text her right now. But yeah, I'm like, and then it's so funny. Then Steve messaged me and says he's going to be a little bit late. It's all good. We can run it. I can run this house by myself. Just yapping and yapping over here. Just go through my plays. What's up, Nigel D. Ryder? How we doing? Sean, bronze hands. So that's one play. That was a barn burner. Caught it. It's been a halty play. Let me get back my blue 42. Blue 42. What? That's the scalper. I didn't want the scalper. I need the market depth. All right, cool. What was the other play? I've got I'm still at EHGO. I'm still in EHGO. Of course, you can see the blue line here. That means I'm still in this play. Because I am. EHGO, still in this play right here on the way down. Hoping this, I thought I was going to crack down through the ones. I saw this play as it was actually coming down an offering. Saw that it was going into an offering. Got in on the offering, of course. The spread, you'll see that on the level 2 here with Trade the Pool. We have NASDAQ order entry box or orders, essentially that we get filled. So there's always a spread. Usually, most of the time, it's going to be just a tad below where it actually halted down, which was 178. I got it at 177. Doesn't really matter. Gap down, immediately shot down into the 140s, 30s, and took most of my profit there. And once it got to around the new low of day, I took some. Still in this, though, as you can see, the red line. Red line, of course, if you're short. Blue, if you are long. Gee golly, what else was there today? SKK, was that today? Yes, that was today. Took it to the long side. Same thing on the way up, weird spread with the halt up. Took it on the way up there, and great entries, right? And then actually shorted this then on the way down. So I went long and short on this. Lost some on the short side there in the end too. So this is where I lost down here. I was trying to attack it, and I actually got in on this, which is really funny. This is another one of those where I lost. I thought I was trading a different ticker. It was a lot of different tickers I traded today, but I did trade SKK to the top. Oh, and then IPST. I forgot about IPST. So IPST, I'm in 3 plays right now currently. 3. And then when your entry is this good, well, you can just sit here and hold out. I don't think I'm going to get any new lower lows on IPST. I missed this just a little bit ago. I did miss this new low. That's my best exit of the day, right at the 9s. I really wanted a little bit lower. I easily could have gotten low 9s there. It's all good. It's not that big of a deal. I'm only in I'm in small shares across the board there. Of course, I've scaled out, as you can tell, as this play just continued to dump there. Shorted it here. So those are my trades for the day. IPST, then it went to SKK, then I went back RDAC. That's my big loss for the day. RDAC. I can't chased the top here like an idiot. Got out, and then it just got real choppy. Should have taken this maybe short side bottom when it started halting down finally with flushes. I just left it alone after I took a loss there. Took a decent sized loss there on RDAC. Doesn't really matter. We definitely came back on the day very strong. So there's the P&L for the day. Just went gangbusters there overall for the day. So there's all the different trades from IPST. Then we got SKK, right? And then we got RDAC. There's more SKK. There's EHGO. There's ZSTK. So lots of trades for me on the day today. Went bigger, with some more clarification where we are in the sector, really just overall in the last week or two. It's been this way since late May. Late May, we got very volatile, a lot of stocks halting and spiking again, and that's where it's kind of stayed. You don't get the traditional run-of-the-mill, oh, what was the one today, YJ, which this is a low float. I thought this was going to go Banana Joe's. This one built a little bit more of a slow and steady, more constructive chart, really more so in pre-market, right? We see the flags on the way up. We're breaking, we're going. In market, a little bit slower. We're not getting that move up in pre-market, open here, go up, come down, consolidate, back down, U-shape, cup and handle, go for more. Oh, now we're going. Just not getting those. We're getting, the SKKs of the world, or the ZSTKs of the world, or RDACs of the world. And I will say the big trend here, just so you guys, anyone trading small caps, and then we'll start moving over some the mega large cap sector. Don't worry, I'll get you your cues there. Don't you worry. I always remember you guys and what we want to talk about there. Where is my freaking alert saying this is the new theme? Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Where the new theme? There we go. So check out the new theme. Let's see if anyone in chat can notice what this theme is when we have small caps going on here recently. We probably have more than this, but we'll just bring up just a few of them overall. And we have Weedo the Cheeto, 15-minute time frame. Check this chart out. We have this W shape, beautiful move. So you're seeing a lot of W's, but where are these plays coming from? 5, 4. Check it out, right? This is the theme. Watch this. So 5. Every one of these plays are starting right around. I almost said frive because I want some fries. I don't know why French fries on like a good old club Cuban, some kind of sandwich, and some like one of those like New York parlor shops that do sandwiches, and you get some real crisp, fresh French fries and some of that Heinz 57 ketchup. French fried potatoes. Oh, now I'm wanting to sing a cheeseburger. And all right, so Weedo. We'll just go through these plays. I don't know if there is any certain order. I can't remember them all, but we'll go to PFSA. PFSA. Check it out. Where is this starting from here? Well, it's capping up because it was like reverse split or something. But where's it starting at? Well, we'll give it 4. So right around 4. But that's the theme. 4 to 5. IPST. Let's go over to this play. Where is this play starting at? Okay, I guess it started a little bit lower, but most of the action really starting around what? The $4 and $5 range. RDAC was another one here. RDAC, another one today. And where is it starting from? Well, it's right around $6. So, okay, well, we'll call it 4 to 6. And then we have the last one with Tenon, which ran in after hours through today, and it was right around 5. So 4 to 5 is the key. If we see those plays starting to race and ramp up, you better pay attention, because I'm telling you right now, we have seen some chef kiss barn burner action from these tickers, all right? All right, let's go back to, I don't know, Steven. I really have Steven Alejandra. The two West Coasters leaving the Central Time Zoner out to dry today. What do we got here? And what is today? Don't we have the, because it's not that big, because we talked about this last week. And so we'll see if Steve joins us today. We have, where's my, that's this. Where is my might have. Huh. Oh no, I hope those are all gone. There's Discord, there's that. Oh, it's this. It's the end of Oak Street. It's this one. I don't, the Josh already got tickets. Today we have what? Today is minutes of Fed. Okay, that's right. Minutes. Yeah, we have the minutes release data. That's right. That's what it was today. I was like, we have something today. So at 2 p.m. Eastern time, at the top of the hour, we have the Federal Open Market Committee meeting minutes are published. And so I think we covered this when we had this. We covered this before, and it's really not that big of a move. But let's go to the Qs. Let's go to the Qs here. I know it was, forgot exactly who asked about the darn Qs just a few minutes ago. Sean asked about it. He said, what do we think about the Qs today? So, Sean, what do we think about the Qs today? Ooh, yikes. Ooh. Really, when you see this and the reversal back down, and now we've just kind of balanced ourselves back in like this 50 fib area between the two, the 1 and the 2 right here. That's right around 50, I'd bet, close to it. I didn't realize I added all these moving averages recently to the Flex 200K that I had. I don't remember having all the moving. I don't ever look at my trade the pool charts, honestly. So I'm like, I forgot I added these. I forgot. Whew, really tight right now. Let's just zoom on out a little bit. I got to zoom out that 15-day. I still need a little more time. I need to go further out. I do. Sorry, we're in a singing mood today. I'm ready for some. Hey, Broncos, man. Of course, I'm always ready for my Broncos. I know it's the Falcons. They trash. But boy, and we didn't have all our starters out there. We were missing a couple starters. I don't know if they were missing any or not. Yada, yada, yada. But boy, they look good on Friday night before Friday Night Live. And of course, join us this Friday for Friday Night Live. I can't believe we're already halfway through this week. It's Wednesday. All right, so Sean, I think the Qs are tied up. Duct tape. They done pulled out the rope. The handcuffs. There's no way that you, the mad magician, Sean Hodge. Merle Hodge? What was that guy that used to be on ESPN that was like Hodge? Something Hodge. I know Hodge was in his name. I think it was Merle Hodge. Something like that. I think we're trapped, though. I think we're going to stay range bound, at least for right now. We'll see if this minutes release, the minutes release, if that has anything to do with it. As far as the move for the rest of the day, we do seem caught, and there's just some intermediate levels in between here, which if I had to come in through, just kind of seem like what we're doing and where we're caught at. This is like a level right through here, which you could really throw that out to over there if you want to. And then you got another one right here, Sean. That seems to be the base, right? And then you still have levels outside of that could get trapped in, within this. Let's just go straight to the top, right? Whoopsies, I put that too far over. Boom. And of course you could throw one at the bottom. We'll see what we get here. In about 42 minutes, if anything really starts to move differently, we'll go over that. I was long off the bottom, took profit, rethinking of re-entry. If you're looking for a long, I would wait for this, honestly. Just because of what we have coming up in 40 minutes, I don't know if that's going to have much of an effect. But you have two areas, honestly, in my opinion. If you have this, and we could go super low down here. I like the low area again. So if you took that earlier in the day, that's kind of, to me, I like this area. But this area, I'm not going to extend this out. Boom. I really like this area, though, too. So I don't know if we'd get lower than this area. What is that? 7. Zoom back on in. Right around 716, we'll call it. Right around 716. But then you have your forever line that we love the most, that I really like this a lot, because that's that forever line that I just extended out. And that's the area I would trust the most, right around 714. I think I'm FOMOing. Dude, if you're green for the day, yeah. I'm like so done. I was having fun earlier. It was just a whirlwind today with me and all the small cap, micro cap, crazy moves that we were having. And a lot of volatile, violent moves. So it was just one after the other. The fact that I'm still in 3 trades, which is awesome. I mean, I'm not in big shares, but just because I'm still up so much. Although it looks like ZSTK it looks like I could probably get out of that by now. It's not like I'm in that big a share size anymore at all. Most of these plays, I think EHGO is the only one that I'm in over 50 shares. Most of the other ones I'm in like 10 shares or less. Let's see here. Let's go through the board here. Let's go through it. Let's go through it. SPY here, we get in that pool. Yeah, these look so different today. Not that they always look the same, but boy, oh boy, definitely different look. Little head and shoulders, kind of the ghostly one where we're elevating up on this uptrend channel, as you can see right there. Crack that, coming back on down. Really has been riding up nicely on that 50 today, and I like it usually in a larger time frame. So in a 5, we've already cracked that, and that's not a good sign. So it's coming down to that 15-minute. Moving average right now, and it's probably going to most likely crack that, I'd bet, but this is going to be the next landing spot here for SPY coming on up. Keep going here. What do we got? What do we got? I have not looked at these too much. I've had too much fun on the small caps. Apple, nice, could pop up. Again, not that these always come to fruition, but we have the head and shoulders. Now we're getting that sell-off across the board, helps it out. We're cracking back below our moving averages here in the VWAP, so like this move back on down. Overall for Apple, again, this is just one of those like textbook. You don't see those too often come to fruition, but nice move back on down and just kind of getting that here. I don't know if that's any insider. Hey, AMD pretty flat. AMD good short at the bell. ARM, Amazon, how we looking today? Yay! Come on, pop back on up. Seeing if I see anything I like. This looks pretty good for a short here. Pop cracking back on down. Not a lot of room to run today on Google here, but I like this back on down here coming up soon on Google. Let's go to Meta here. I'm just going through the ring. This is a nice chart. All right, so this here, nice constructive chart. Not really feeling the effect from the rest of the market here. I'm going to get zoomed on out. This looks like a key node to get to. I feel like we pop up and at least get to that 555 mark. Not the perfect long to be had. Not a lot more profit left in this, but it's running up nicely with that 9 EMA. Love it, love it, love it in the 15-minute time frame. Super bully, 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 bully. Especially when it's really weird when I see that 50 so low with the WAP down there. That's usually don't get that too often, but this one's bullish. This one looked to squeeze for more. Look to squeeze for more for Meta. Oh, ye friggin' Fraggle Rock. Wogan Raggle Wogas. Wozy Mosey Jazzies. What happened here? I mean, look at this. I know you don't get these too often either, but it's just from an hour before the opening bell, you just have this perfect trend line. Candlestick confirmation, absolutely gorgeous right there. Now busting its way through. Not only you get your 13 or your 9, cracking the 13, I know now at this point. You got the VWAP cracked, so now we're looking to come right back down to this 50 here. Woo! I love that. That's got some movement. It's volatile, right? That's good. NVDA, what do we got today for us? Yeah. A little bearish. I mean, there is this node right here. I love this. We're back on the support area, back below all the main moving averages that I know a lot of traders are going to be using. Plus, if you do like to use that WAP, we're at this key support neckline right here of 1860, right? That 875 roll that I always bring up. We're kind of keying at that area. This would be the only little small nuance that I would worry about is right on 1830. Other than that, this could fall right back on through. This looks ugly, but constructive for the short just because it's resting so heavily on the support area node. A good demand zone looking to crack again. Of course, then you're underneath some moving averages, which really helps that play out as well. So let's keep going through these here, all the different flex accounts that I have. I've got way too many flex accounts with Trade the Pool now. I'm addicted. That's why, even like Sean earlier, when they're saying, what do we got? Actually, like AVGO better than Q. Let's see here, AVGO. Let's go to it. Oh, Sean, this is good. Sean, I like this for the move back on up. Watch for this back over 365. This could get this nice, good pop back on up. It really has a lot of open chart here. Zoom back on out. Ooh, okay. This has had a good sell-off. Holy bonker towns. Okay, let's go to the 15-minute time frame, or 15. Further out here. I need further out. Further out there, Charlie. Oh, I can't because let's go to the... that's good enough. Because we're moving back into this area. And we still have room to run. I mean, this still has room to run here. This is it. This key area right there. If we get above this, what's that? 65, 50, 65-ish area. I'd watch for this to continue. I do like this to the top side here for more movement. Let's go back to a smaller time frame so we can see that there. It's looking pretty constructive for that squeeze back over, especially in the 5-minute time frame. Love that. That 50, that's my first favorite time frame to use that in. And then it becomes to this. You get through that 5-minute, which we're killing right into, which I love. It's a old support resistance line that I would have in. This looks good for the pop. I do like that long. Let's go to perplex it. He says I'm perplexing going. Yeah, CD, that was another one that's been a popper, rocker, and stopper. That one's running right now. I mean, guys, it has been. And again, I was saying this earlier on. Smash that like button. Smash that like button. Come on, Let's do it. Who wants to do it? We haven't given one of these away. We've been kind of shied away from it. We're saying you got to get 100 likes for a 50 or for a 25K eval. Maybe just once this week, I'll say, if I'm here and I'm all by myself and I'm gonna solo this, get me to 50 likes by the end of this lunch recap, and I'll give away a 25K eval. Beta trade is okay. Gotcha there. I'm trying to help you out. Go through as much of these as I can here. I'm decent on mRNA. Oh my God, yeah, we'll have to go through. I'm not even click like thank you, Gunner. I have not even. Obviously, that's another one I want to get through, which I have so much I can sit there and talk and yap up about. Small caps. I don't know again if it has a little bit to do with the no PDT rule. And so these market makers, though, they're having a heyday of a time. I mean, just going back to, of course, here we go. Of course, you want to short this play. We'll go into a little bit smaller time frame. Here we go, ramping this play up here. If you're looking to short, looking in heavy at 740, heavier at 780, and then really heavy at 840. But this is kind of the charts we've been looking at. You know, Merlin, will you stop? Okay, hold on. I got to do this. You know it's time for you to go. So, you know, if you have massive dogs, and especially Great Danes, which we've always had Great Danes, we love them to death, but they'll come in, and so my right hand, like most right people, and no matter what, your mouse is on the right hand side. Well, I'm trying to move this around, and he then comes over with that. You see how big that head is? That's as big as my big old freaking fat noggin, and he does this, and he's wanting to like, right, and then of course their jowls, their lips, so to speak, are just like slobbery, and then that's on your arm. That's why I have towels in here, by the way. Every once in a while, to get a little sweaty, maybe, in the summer. 107 degrees. That's air temperature. 107 degrees today here in central Arkansas. But anyway, these charts are real wicky. They're real jolty. They're a little bit harder to trade. You're not, like I was saying, getting the run-of-the-mill. Nice, slow and steady. Hey, it's got news. It's running up. It's got a constructive chart. It's more breakouts. It's real quick reversals. Sometimes they're then just super dumps back on down. And it's, like I said, late May into right around when that was changing over. It started like right before it, but then it really was that way into June. Late June, early July, it slowed down a little bit. Because I remember I had a streak in late May into June where it was just, I was going bonkers. And then slowly but surely ramping up late June, or July, I should say, and now into August. This is going to be the rest of the week. I mean, of course, you can go through. You've already seen what I was showing you guys with, like, say, SKK. Yeah. Let's go to, golly, come on. SKKs of the world. Right, look at that chart, and this is trying to like double you, maybe even shape back around. If this gets back through that VWAP, high chance that it could, right? Or the ZSTKs of the world. I was calling it Z-Stake, or RDAX of the world, right? You're getting more volatile moves. Tenon wasn't bad in the end. Tenon had its moments of running technically sound. That was an after-hours run yesterday and through pre-market today, so this one wasn't too bad. And it really seems, now this one was ugly in pre-market. I'll go to one that wasn't. But it seems like there's a lot more technical sound. When I say technical sound, it's building bull flags. It's running like it should. Bounces where it should, resisting where it should. It's running really technical sound. To where you could trade, if you traded in different styles, shorting the top, bounce plays, reversals, breakouts, whatever it might be, you could say, I could have traded there. I could have traded there. I could have traded there, right? There was like a lot of trades to be had. And I've seen that a lot more in after hours or pre-market. Now, this pre-market was ugly on Tenon, but what was not was YJ. YJ, if you have a YJ Jeep Wrangler, by the way, good job. Those are awesome. Those are classic. But this, right? Spike up. Okay, we consolidate. Break the new flag. Do it again. Break to another pull up. Don't flag up. Finally reverse. Kind of build like a little head and shoulders, right? Shoulder, big old head, shoulder. But then what do? Kind of a W shape that almost turns into what? Almost like a larger time frame would look like a cup and handle. Handle, squeeze. New flag holds handle. Now we really get parabolic like you typically should, if you're running technically sound. Build up another flag. Squeeze, go for more, right? Try to do one more cup and handle at the bell, fails, comes down. And then just builds this downtrend all day long. And I was in a one-on-one earlier, and I said, look, this is where this play is it's got a trend line, but this is where it's running down to. Now, unfortunately, we never got back down to it, but I did say 350 was the bounce play. And I don't know if my buddy who I was in a one-on-one with earlier took the bounce play at 355. We talked about taking it there. And boom, shakalaka. So this one's running, I'll give it like a 7 or 8. It's not perfect. It's not great. but she's running pretty technically sound, right? And then there's your downtrend in case you were running and looking to trade that, possibly forming a W shape here, getting back through our, our main moving averages that I like to use. I use the 50, I use the 9, right? Those are the main ones I like to use the most. And then we have the VWAP, knowing that if I've cleared all three, it's my crossover for knowing we're bullish and we're going to take off for more. Let's go. Making sure I just missed anything. mRNA. Let's go to that in just a quick minute. We'll go to mRNA. Are we really that high? Don't tell me we're that high. Please tell me we're not up that high. Okay. When I saw T-Web mention 170 something, I'm like, if we're that high, I need that 50K eval. Yeah. I know. I feel it. I feel you there. What's up, day trade with Tony? Hey, Gunner, how we doing? I'll never win a portfolio too big. Yeah, I feel you. It's all good. Bonetta, please and thank you. What was that? Did you ask for a chart? Please and thank you, Bonetta. What was you said? Please and thank you. Usually someone's asked for something beforehand. It's China. David said not to short. Oh yeah, for sure. It's definitely a lot of Chinese plays, and you're seeing that from them. And I'm just like, so is it? Is it these? That's what's getting this to happen. I mean, of course we're jumping in too, but it's just we're there. This is where we're at. I'm glad I know how to trade them, because if you didn't know how to trade them, you would be lost and you're probably losing a lot. Tack, how we doing? T-Web, how we doing? And Bonetta, I said so yes, Bonetta, smash that like button. Where are we at now? Okay, so when I came in, we're right at about 30. What are we at now? 38. Oh, come on, we're at 38. Come on here now, guys. We need 12 more. 12 more of you. Come on. AK looking tired, needs to shave. Been worn out over the last week plus now. I can't wait. I got good sleep up until, what's up, Steve? There's Steve. Come on in, Steve. Good sleep up until like Sunday night. No, Saturday night. I got good sleep Thursday into Friday, Friday into Saturday, but Saturday into Sunday did not. And then Sunday into Monday was good. And it's just been back and forth. I need just like a zonked out zonker, do nothing weekend. I think that's gonna be this weekend. 100. Oh no, I've got stuff to do. It's all right. I know I'm gonna cat nap. I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna catch up with a cat nap. Steve, where you at? Come on in here. How do you join in?
Myself.
There we go. Yes, do it.
Hey.
Join into the Moderna mRNA fund, my man, because I have now made $47,000 today for AK-47.
What?
I was long on calls. My calls are up over 300,000%.
Whoa. Are you really?
No, but that's what could have happened, because I don't know if you've seen some of these calls, Steve, but they are up over 100,000%.
Truly insane. Yeah, I saw some massive moves pre-market there, not just in Moderna. We have NVAX joining the party. I mean, hey, my Eli Lilly posted a nice breakout today too. So quite the moves today, quite the moves. How are you feeling about this market rotation, Josh? We got pharma in the house. We got energy popping off. It's not tech though. What do you think?
Yeah, well, hey, listen, I haven't even, we missed most of it. When we have all the freaking small cap plays that I've had this last few days, I'm still in 3 plays currently. I'm in 3 plays right now currently that have two have faded down to oblivion. I'm good to go. 1 is up and away. I'm still up I'm up 5. I was up 10 points earlier on my entry price, but still up 5 points on ZSTK. I'm up about 50, 60 cents on EHGO, and then I'm up about 5 points on IPST. So we're sitting pretty, my friend. It's been a great day, Steve. This has been a barn burner day for me. Not at 47K, but yeah, we're up a good amount, up 7K.
I love it. I love it. This is a weird day for me, Josh. My plays are all up. My bones hurt. Thank you for covering for me here. I apologize that it took so long. It was one of those days. Body ain't cooperating. For anybody who doesn't know, I got fibromyalgia, so my bones get crunchy some days. But everything is so beautiful in the markets that it's so weird. Some days you wake up, you come into the markets, you're like, ugh, I don't want to deal with it. Some days it gives you some life, Josh, and that's how I'm feeling here, seeing the market get some life in multiple areas of interest for me. So we have gold, we have silver, we have, of course, the pharma that we're seeing just massive moves. Seems like healthy rotation under the hood here, and I really like to see that because I just feel sketchy when everything's on the back of AI. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think that's still where I think a lot of we're getting to that. It just has been that way since 23 to 24. That to me, I mean, because you start off with your chip plays, and then you're getting into AI or into memory or whatever you want to call it for all these different plays that have been really holding or pushing. It seems like the market up. Whether you want to call some of them tech companies too, those have been helping out. But yeah, I would love some rotation of some of this other sectors, other stocks, other areas I love them all just to go banana Joe's. Push SPY in the Qs to new all-time highs and just keep on rocking and rolling.
Somebody in my server said, I'm not quitting until 3 out of the top 10 most valued companies are energy companies. And I liked his tenacity there. And I honestly, not sure I disagree. I think that there is a lot of legs in the energy space. Some of these companies, most of these companies, they don't need oil this high to do amazingly. But hey, if it is this high, we can rock and roll there too. So Josh, I got some fun stuff to talk about in just a sec. I'm pulling up my little slide deck here for what we've been seeing so far during the week. Big moves, like I said. Very exciting for me. I'll let you know I have that ready.
Moderna to go to new high of day. That's what I look for this, guys. It looks like it wants to squeeze and go to back to at least test the high from earlier in the day. Looking to pop here. Moderna on the Papa watch. On the Papa to watch.
Absolutely. That's funny, like 3 people are like, smoke weed. I do after hours, but I want to stay sharp for you guys. That's important to me.
Oh, come on, man. I'm like the only one, even all 100s. I was like, how do you? I'm like, that's the first thing I do in the morning. Before I'll give out my morning alerts, and before I trade, I've got to go relax and chill. I'm already at 100 trillion miles an hour anyway. So
I am with you. I run fast, so I'm sure I could get away with it. But I don't know. There's something about I feel like it's a high school like a stress dream or something. It's like you're presenting live in front of hundreds of people. Also, you're stoned. Also, your bones hurt. So I'm just keep it simple there.
Your poor bones. You need a good massage, a nice hot warm bath, and some tea is what you need, my man. That sounds like a good treat. ABCL Michael Anthony asked about, hey, ABCL, how high can it go? I'll give my opinion real quickly. Yeah. ABCL, how high can she go? Well, she can go to the moon. We will say that. To the moon, fly me. Wow. Ooh, look at that beautiful W shape here recently, and a couple of W's along the way. How high can she go? Well, I'm going to have to do some digging on my side to go really far back in time, unless we're somehow at all-time highs, which I don't know that we are, but maybe. I doubt it, but it could be. So I'll go back and do some digging. See, are you seeing something further back in time that I'm not? Because my gosh, is this all-time highs? Is this ATHs?
No, well, not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I was making sure.
I was going to say it would be surprising to me, but I've seen crazier things. This is a crazy move that we have recently, and it does feel like. I mean, when you're in 52-week highs, it feels like all-time highs, doesn't it? What 12, I do know is on my chart.
I like 12, and then I like 12, and then 1450. So 12, if it gets over that, watch for move to 1450.
Okay, I have levels on my chart from gosh knows when, forever. But forever. Yeah, they're fib extensions from at least 4 months ago, and what they're telling me was the target was 945, second target 1123, confirmed. Next target, 1408 for me. That's a 261 extension there. 261 extension of the prior major range break. Love to see that.
Yeah, breaker 9. We got us a 261. We got us a 261 over here. I felt like we were truckers when you said that.
Yeah. Roger Dodger, over and out, something like that. What would your handle be? Because all the truckers have handles for the road, right? Like this is Space Trucker 8000. I don't know.
Hey, as of right now, I'm just going to keep it simple, so I don't have to think. I'll just keep it with AK-47.
What am I saying? That's a perfect handle too. I mean, you get the trucker respect for sure. You command everybody's respect with a name like that.
I mean, everyone just shortens it down to AK, and I've just really grown into liking it. Like at first, it was so weird. Like all 100, you'll hear on the stream, she just calls me AK. So at first, it was a little weird. But definitely have taken a liking to it, and it's one of those. So AK. They'd be like, AK. I'm like, toot toot. What's up? How you doing? Instead of toot toot, it'd be illegal possibly, but maybe not. I'd pull out the AK-47, shoot off a couple of rounds.
The metaphorical, the alleged
Yeah.
AK-47 there.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, what could he say that might be? Oh, yes, that's definitely illegal.
Yeah.
We call that a road pop. And those are,
Yeah, not a death pop. We got a road pop, baby.
exactly. Oh man, now I'm thinking of like Trailer Park Boys or something. That's a
Yeah.
fun show
Yeah,
to
yeah,
kick
yeah,
back
yeah.
with
Oh,
some
yeah.
devil's lettuce. So Josh, what are you feeling on these indices? I know it's like asking, I don't know, asking a cat the time, asking about with SPY, that boring, slow stuff. Your mind's in other places. But when I show you, oh, I do see that my chart is not sharing. That could be a problem. But when I show you these intraday charts and maybe intra-week charts for SPY and for Qs, do you feel sketched out? Do you feel like there might be time for a walk on down into the lower levels, or do you feel like this is constructive what we're seeing here today?
Well, today is a little gross, and I mean, you're going to have these more consolidating type of days, in the market. Obviously, it's going to happen, but I'm fine with the chart. We have this real sharp V. I'm just looking at the Qs as of right now, so I don't mind what I'm seeing here, at least as far as bullishness. When I see these really sharp Vs, we're seeing a lot of them in the chart. They just haven't completed to new alts, at least for the Qs, and I think that'll help too with the SPY once we get both of these to all-time high. So do we do another V here and push back on up? Got some lines here. Of course, we just did this before you came over. See if someone asked about the Qs, how do I feel about them today, and put these lines in.
Nice.
I just think that overall, yeah, we're fine. I don't think we're, because I mean, if you think about a 4-hour time frame, we're really just building a pole and a flag. So I just see a nice constructive flag, and really like you like to call them, these megaphones is a good metaphor. I always just call them I just call them expanding uptrend channels, or it depends on if they're going down, but whichever way. I like megaphones. That sounds pretty cool.
It's fun, right? It is fun. Have you
I
ever
like
used a
that. My
megaphone?
dad had it. Yeah, I love it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at it, right? It's like it's you're holding it, and that's the shape of the megaphone. So we're just on that megaphone, and I think it's fine. I think until we crack this low, which I'll zoom in a little bit. Right, keep zooming back. This low and that big wick there, that would be kind of like my line in the sand, going, okay, we're bearish now. We're going to find our way back down low, to 700, maybe even lower. But for now, just in the megaphone.
I love it. Yeah, nice megaphones all around the market. We got another beautiful beautiful one on USO on the energy there as well.
Show me.
Oh yeah, I would love to. My mouth's moving faster than my hands. Let me see if I go to this one. Will this work? This is the issue I'm having. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. All right, so let me give you one of these here, and I'll give you one of these here. Then if we give one of these here and go to the hourly here, you should be able to see nothing, because this is the wrong ticker. USO is what I'm looking for there. All right, there's the beautiful megaphone in all of its glory, trying its best to break out. We'll see. So this top of this range, we can keep on cooking on up, but quite a move here. Talk saying LNG. Yeah, I want to buy LNG. I also want to buy SU. SU. I think they're both beautiful, beautiful trades. For the long term, midterm, long term, they do not need natural gas or oil to be up to be profitable.
Okay.
But hey, I think they will be.
I am long SMU football this year. Watch for some SMU football. That would be this. Yeah, that's right. Southern Methodist University Mustangs, right there out of Dallas, Texas, led by Rhett Lashley. Rhett Lashley, by the way, he is from the. Let's see here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he's from the great state of Arkansas, Springdale. Went to high school there, or if I'm not, no, went to Shiloh Christian. Lashley holds a number of Arkansas high school records. He had 171 career touchdown passes. That's fourth nationally. He had 600. He had 672 yards in a game. That's the 12th most ever in a high school football game ever nationally. He has coached at Arkansas as a GA, and then at Auburn. Started getting real coaching pay for Sanford State, Arkansas State, then went to Auburn. If you know, he went to UConn anyway, blah, 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 blah. And he's finally now the head coach of SMU. So I got a little shout out there, because when you said SMU, I thought of me to SMU. Because, yes, he was. He went to Arkansas, was up there, University of Arkansas. And, of course, yeah, he was great in high school. 40, his state record, 40, posted a state record, 40 career wins. He's 43-2 as a starter. Led 3 straight state championship games, won 2 of the 3.
Josh, I'm going to be honest. I don't know egg handball like you guys and the rest of you, but that sounds very impressive. Those are quite a stat sheet you got there.
Yeah, if you throw for almost 700 yards in a game, that's like that's like playing college football, and you're just lighting it up. You know, like that's like video game stats.
That's me hopping on the field with a couple under fives and just dunking on them, right?
Yeah,
just
right.
Throwing up 80 points on the half. Yeah, okay, all right. I got a ballpark idea. Let's see. There are some things that I wanted to show you, and now I'm struggling to remember. Oh, it was the other megaphone.
Yeah,
what was
megaphones. I was telling day trade. I was going to day trade with Tony. Top of the hour, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. It's always 2 p.m. for us here in the United States. And anytime we release stuff with FOMC, it's always 2 p.m. That's the ring-a-ding-ding time.
I like that. Here's a little megaphone in the Foreman in the process of Foreman here. After hours and pre-market looked pretty good there, and now we're seeing the liftoff into this 4-day flag. And you know what? I'm thinking these bus on out the top here pretty darn soon, Josh. We're bussing. What can you say? Oh, good Lord! Look at that chart. The more I look at these, the more I like them. I think long term they're not going to give you much breathing room in terms of bigger pullbacks while it's acting this tight in the range. So I think we need to touch base up ahead higher in with this 200-day, in with this point of control much higher before we really see significant pullback. So I liked the entry yesterday. We talked about this off the rising 9. It closed a little weak, so no harm, no foul if you didn't feel good taking it. You could have almost waited for the 21-day pre-market. But either way, I'm really liking this action on the precious metals here. And I think it's a great time to have an allocation in your port. If not for a directional play, just for a hedge, you know. Remember the good old days, Josh, when gold used to hedge things?
I do remember those good old days. It was back in 1972. Let me tell you about it. You little young whippersnapper. I'm just
ain't that the truth? Something it feels like that. The last time that gold was uncorrelated to SPY. If you look at, well, actually, I think a better way to do this is just I'll pull the gold chart up and then I'll overlay SPY, and you'll see, well, a whole lot of the same, because the market has been moving quite often with gold, which is bizarre, right? You wouldn't think that's the case, but when it's trading like a risk-on asset, you kind of get that action. What we are seeing, well, you see on the big dip here, both of them did bottom. SPY, of course, pushing much harder off of the low. So that's when I think the decouple kind of happened, and we've been kind of processing that this whole time as the market pulled down or market stayed up. Gold market pulled down into this key level, but now we're over the 400, and I think we're ready to go. That's what I'm looking for gold. I have positions of gold and silver on now. Let's see. What else we got? We got Rufios. I'm calling you Rufus. Welcome, Rufus. Let's bust a move. Volatility's a yawner. Yeah, Rufus. Classic Sunday trading. Sunday.
That's Rufius. Classic, it's Rufio and Rufus combined. That's Rufius.
The Rufius, I like that. Let's see. So in the summer months here, Josh, we get this slower price action, right? We just get kind of one jolt, and then it's kind of drifty. And I was like, wow, look at this pink line. It's tracking so well. Oh, well, that's because it is the market, Steve. Let me remove that. I am the market. I am the one who knocks.
Hey, so Sean, I was like, Sean, if you're listening, that 716's holding right now. So I know we talked about that earlier. That was the line we talked about with the Q0 716. So that's holding decent, but it's slow right now. It is lunch. There's not a lot of big movement.
Yeah, and this is interesting, right? We have very compressed price action on Qs on SPY. What we don't have is compression across the market overall. We're seeing some sectors really surging, and as Talk said earlier, we don't need the Qs to run. I truly believe we don't need the Qs to run. We could see a little bit of a tech pullback, and we could see, well, everything else take have their day in the sun. So I love markets like this, Josh. It really is my favorite time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year whenever you get this kind of broad-based participation. Josh, while I got the charts here, look at this one that Talk's been watching, and I am now I haven't entered yet. I'm going to be getting an entry, ideally off of this rising 9 in the next day or so. Otherwise, hey, I might chase a little bit of this because I love the fundamentals on LNG. So this is one that long term, I think it's a beautiful chart. You can see.
I mean, come on. Yeah, what are you just? Are you a robot over the airs? You ran by something in outer space? LNG and he's long. I mean, go figure. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, well, LNG I'm long. after hours today when we do our earnings report. You know what else I'm going to be long, Josh? Bull.
Ooh,
How can you not be long that ticker, right?
Bullish on Weeble. Bullish on Weeble. All right.
Wait, Josh, I just had an idea. It might be brilliant. It might be. No, it's brilliant. It's definitely brilliant. Here's the idea.
Remember the Guinness commercials? Brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah. Oh, those are so good. The old beer commercials, that was like, oh man, the old Budweiser commercials.
Yeah, they were so iconic compared to like any commercial now. It's like so many beer ones you would name. Like, what are iconic commercials? You're like, oh, so many beer ones come to mind.
Absolutely. Yeah, my favorites always those old Budweiser commercials with the Clydesdales. They were that was classic Americana right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I like LNG. This is obviously, if I'm sure, like
it's
Steve,
nice
it's at an inverse head and shoulder neckline. So LNG on my end is at an inverse head and shoulder on the 4-hour time frame. And you can even see it there on the weekly a little bit. You can see that inverse head and shoulder, but you'll really you pull the 4-hour out there. Got to keep going. Keep on going. Keep on.
The bigger one. Oh, you're looking for the big boy. Oh yeah.
See, there it is. It's kind of got like a double-headed. It's kind of got that Gossamer heads. Remember Gossamer from Looney Tunes? The big red guy kind of had the heart-shaped head. It's kind of got that double bottom head and shoulder, so it's got like two heads. But I like this over that neckline of 275, 276, whatever you want to call it. Boy, oh boy, if this gets over that 275, 276, watch for some bang bang sauce. And I'm talking about the good bang bang sauce that me and Steve had. We went out to eat at a place there in San Fran. Got some of the best poke bowl I've ever had in my life. And then we got some called Bang Bang sauce. If you ever had it before, I hope you have. It's so good. It's spicy. It's sweet. It makes your teeth jitter. For hours later, you want more. It's addictive. I like it. I love this over this area. I would be long, too, over the 275 mark.
Makes your teeth jitter. That is an awesome turn of phrase, Josh. Sometimes you hit me with like, I don't know if anybody knows. Do you know Theo Vaughn by chance?
Yes.
Yeah, you hit me with a Theoism there. That was makes your teeth jitter. It sounds like something he would say.
I definitely have some of that in my blood. He's a great guy. No offense, but I'm gonna say who doesn't love some Theo Vaughn? Such a fun, goofy guy.
You gave me a face after I said his name. I was like, am I about to be blessed with the opportunity to bring Theo Vaughn to Josh's world? No, okay, all right. But yeah, this one's a nice look here. LNG, you got to go long, right? We got to find SHRT and go short on that one too. But my brilliant idea was an ETF of all of the most bullish sounding companies. I don't care what they do. I just want the tickers to sound bullish. So give me the LNG, give me the bull, give me the rocket RKT. That's a good one.
Okay.
So let me know as we go here if you think of any more, because I always like coming up with fun thematic ETFs, not even to make money, just to group things in a fun way. I have a I have a conspiracy ETF called FOIL, tinfoil.
Okay. All right.
It's all the companies you think is going to take over the world, like the Palantirs and the Nestles and stuff. Shocker, it's doing very well.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Nigel talking about Moderna this morning. I was all over that, right? I think it was Borat Trader that was like, no, down. I'm like, no, Moderna's good. This looks like it's a barn burner. And I wasn't anticipating the move Moderna made in market continue. I thought maybe it'd hit 150 for the day.
Insane.
That just huge move there. So, hey, all over it, right, Nigel? I was all over it this morning. We were all over that one.
Somebody roll the tapes back, because, Josh, yesterday I was saying, I wonder what's going on because pharma looks good. I said, oh, Moderna looks good. That's alarming. What do they have in store for us? I was not anticipating, not 100% gap up. That's where it opened. It's up. What is this? Almost 200%?
Dude, bro, it's nuts. Absolutely nuts sauce.
Truly nuts. Wow. 162.7%. Truly crazy stuff. And you got the sympathy. If I can type, where's it at?
For Frenchies, how we do it all for love Frenchies, if I can say it right. I know we gotta love my dog lovers out there, or any animal lover. I don't care what you like. You can have mice. You got the little hermit crabs. I don't know what you're into.
I'm a goldfish lover. Yeah, the hermit crab. That's a funny pet. I was trying to think of a funny one fast, but you beat me to that one. Yeah, I'm a big hamster guy. Like I really like hamsters. I had them.
We had them whenever we worked at Petco. We'd have them. We'd have to separate them. They'd eat each other. We had a couple different times where we'd have like 2 or 3 in there, and I never forget this one time. They were like they would eat each other, and it was we were like I'm like Avery, we're done with the hamsters. There's no more. because they're so cute and they're fun and they're playable. And next thing you know, yeah, they're eating each other. And I was like, nope, what are we doing here? What is going on? What are these hamsters you're selling at Petco, Avery?
I've never heard that in my life. That's terrifying. You guys got cannibal hamsters. That's a
Yes.
good metal band
Yes.
name too.
Yes. One thing we didn't have there. Remember back then, if you remember when you go into Petco and PetSmart, they had those ferret kind of cages, like where you had the ferret, like the tunnels, and they could like crawl through.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember that? Yeah, that was another one. So if you're a
a good
ferret
time.
lover, anyway. Nigel's like, huh? Yeah, like, yeah, no, it was, bro. I was done. I was like, no, because it happened once, and then it happened a second time. Like, yeah, we're not doing this. I'm done with this. Before we're done here, Steve, we did get asked earlier by stock operator Edward. He is actually cousins with Edward Scissorhands. So Edward Scissorhands is his brother. He goes by stock operator. Don't let your brother anywhere near your trading setup, or your cousin, I should say, and the other Edward. But he's looking at gold. Yeah, targets in mind for gold and silver. I know this is more up your alley, but I would say we're starting to kind of run into a profit taking area, which is 413 to 413.50. I would say another one's gonna be about 417 area, and then again right around 421.50. That's gold I was looking at there.
I love it. Yeah, I rung the register on my first tranche here. So into the 200-day, screaming up. How much on the day, Josh? Mamma mia! Off this 9-day moving average, which we always look for entries. A real clean little 3.5–4% day at the peak there. So yeah, I took first profit there. I would love a little bit of flagging, a little bit of pullback. I don't know if we get it. I took 1/3 off the position. So next stop for me, this big high volume node at 420, baby. 420 day. Let's call it 424.
Love it.
Yeah, I see another gap there. So, Josh, this is what I like to do. I play gap to gap. You know, I go gap to the gap. So
I can show you a gap. Got you one right here, brother. Got you one right there. Got you one right there.
It's not so big. I do think a gap provides a lot of character, but then again, sometimes you get one so big, you're like, I don't know whether to, when you smile at me, I don't know whether to wave or kick a field goal, you know? It's like one of those, but you got a nice respect there.
Hurting Miss TV, I know, yeah, Avery likes it. She's one of those, yeah, like, so most of it's not one of those. Silver coming on up. 60,
silver.
60 to 60.25, that's a target right there. The past couple of weeks we've been filling there really hard. If we get through that node, I'd watch for a pretty decent pop to 62, 62.50 area, and then over that somewhere close to 64.50. There's some levels for me on the way out.
Josh, I love it. Just before I leave this gold chart, I just wanted to point out, this is where I draw the gaps out, and I just play it level to level to level. So if we find weakness in the gap, that tells me something. If we surge through like this, very likely that I would expect us to continue onwards and upwards eventually after some price digestion. So next stop for me, see that 422, 423, 424 really. That high volume node aligns with the top of this zone. I think we transact that next. That'll be the next place I take some off, and I watch and I wait. And I think your silver levels, dead on as usual. I love that. The 60 next spot for me is that 69. Very nice, very big level. Of course, there's the 200-day in the middle. I'll be trimming a little bit at 64.40. We are seeing less explosiveness on silver, which makes me think maybe it's a little bit of a sign of the risk-off nature of price action today. But just keep in mind, I put on a 2-to-1 ratio for this sleeve of my port. So I have 2/3 of my precious metal exposure in gold, 1/3 in silver. That way I don't lose my mind when silver is down 4% and gold's down 0.5%. And I'm like, what gives? They're both shiny, Josh. You know?
They're both shiny. 8 gunner. It's funny, speaking of gunner, when I think of drones, that's all I can almost think of anymore. Like dropping bombs where they have, weapons, not like the old school, like drone. I still think of drones sometimes of, video and stuff, but now anytime I think of drones, I think of like war. What do you guys think of RCAT? And other drone stocks at the moment, they are a lot are dropping again. So dropping, yeah, they are pulling back here. Well, we just ran into a note. RCAT specifically just ran into a very key pivotal reversal from back in the early July, right around 1175, really right around 1180, right? We literally just ran into that the other day there, and now we're falling back on down. So that's a nice, and it just going back, that is a pretty strong support resistance kind of flip-floppy sandwich area, as I call it. Not that it's always key levels that has to do anything. This is just RCAT alone that I'm looking at, but that did just run into a pretty key pivot point.
Yeah, absolutely with you there. Absolutely with you there. I think, yeah, I had this level out drawn out like a billion years ago, this 1080 to 1125. So totally with you on that. I do think long term, higher time frame, higher low. If you put your stop under 6, you're probably okay, but that's a 50% stop. For me, it doesn't spark joy unless it can really stick the move on these moving averages on the weekly, which it is back testing. So it's got to hold 9, whatever the low of the week is, about 960-ish or so for me. That's what I like to see. They just don't spark joy, but I don't think they're bad. If that makes sense.
Because I don't think they're bad. I'm just going to go through a couple more just to make sure. What was the other one? AVAV's another one that I know I look at quite a bit too.
That one's higher quality for sure. If you need a drone exposure, I like AVAV. I also like ONDS just because of Stockholm syndrome. You know, right. I just can't quit it.
That and AVAV, I mean, that's got a key level. It just failed off to right around 200. Then it's going to have another one at 225. So over 200, it's going to have some room to run. And then just real quickly, is ONDS that same similar? Did it just run into a former? No, ONDS didn't have it's not the similarity, but boy, these are just having a good reversal. Like Steve was saying, I think you can just place your stop under certain key reversal areas down below, like ONDS. Speaking of 6, you could do that 6 to 650 for ONDS as well. Still a higher low pattern overall. Just looking at this over the past year plus now, I think it's still fine and constructive. I just think a lot of people, in my opinion, have had real big hype throughout the years when it comes to here, sending me pictures, drone plays. When I first started doing one-on-ones, I had guys that were in these plays that were, like 15 cents, 5 cents. Oh, I'm just waiting on the government. They got this contract, and well, finally, right? We're finally getting that movement over the past, this decade, right? And especially over the last, 2 or 3 years more so. I still just don't think it's this home run play. I just don't. I think it's something that it's a slow and steady one. It's a good early on investor. But is it like an A or a B? I don't think so. Like back to yesterday, like speaking with David Capablanca, I mean, when you really go through the grinder and actually want to label it, this would probably like a C to me, maybe a C plus.
Yeah, I'm with you there. By the way, DRAM just came back to a key level for me. I saw the alert off 55, and this thing is just an ATM, this level. So 55, transacting, pushing off of this potential higher low on the DRAM. So is memory done, Josh? I don't know. I don't think so. I still hold some. But weird overnight price action. Definitely wild stuff, seeing it pull back all the way to that key 54, 50, 55 zone on DRAM. And this is one, Josh, that I did nibble yesterday. I sure wish I didn't sleep in for this reason, because we had a crazy move. Doesn't look that crazy when you pull out like this, but a nice little 5% move pre-market before giving about half of that back, hanging out now and trying to push off the same 55 zone again. So I still love this spot. I still love DRAM. It is a back test of this V shape. I'm sorry, this W shape that we always talk about. So Josh, do you ever get what you're looking for, but it's too fast and you're like, scary. Sure, I guess I'll buy a little.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is the name of the game. You got to get a little, little neck in the game, a little skin in the game, I should say, a little skin in the game, a little skin in the game, a little skin in the game. Tyler, what's going on in the market? Small caps, micro caps, what I trade, they're all over the place. We're talking 100%, 300%, 500% movers, halting up, halting down, all around. Give me the shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puffs. And we're loving it. ONDS, there you go, stock operator Edward. Again, key levels on the way down, real quickly back to that 850 support. Some back at 785. Then again, we're at 730, and then we're down at that 650 handle. To me, if it could really hold the 775 area, that would be money juice sauce for you guys to continue that with a higher low pattern. Yeah, and FOMC minutes, Steve. I don't think we're going to get a lot of big movement, though, today from that, in my opinion.
Let's see.
We're jolting a little bit up. We are popping a little bit here. We are popping a little bit, so we do have... let's see here. Keeping interest rates unchanged, but several favored an increase. Many participants assessed higher rates would likely be necessary if inflation did not fall. Some participants said financial conditions might not be restrictive enough to return inflation to 2% target.
I agree. I think that we're going to be seeing some continued acceptance or realizations of the fact that I don't think Warsh is as dovish as people want to say that he is. And Josh, we have been having this read since he first came on the scene, right? Everybody was essentially saying, hey, he's Trump's pick. He's the yes man. He's just going to say whatever it takes to pump the market. And I'm just not so sure. I'm just not so sure that's the case. I think that he might, might be more aligned with his mentors, and his mentors, well, they were some big old bears. So we can continue to watch his kind of trajectory as a Fed chair, but I think the market might have a little bit of a tantrum in store come September. So that's what I'm thinking here,
I
John.
got throw a little tantrum, little baby temper tantrum. All for love.
Exactly.
Frenchies is asking about adding in on essentially right around 2750 area on HIMS. Does it look technical sound? I love that verbiage,
No.
which I've been using.
No. Don't touch it. I want to short this thing. I was actually, oh yeah, this pop. I want to short it. This is a good candle. So I said play directionally when it breaks this expanding wedge, when it breaks either the 200-day to the downside or the 50-day to the upside. Personally, I think this is a little bit of all pharma is up, right? So I think that this is getting an unwarranted pop. I think they're a trash can company, to be honest. I think they will continue to get punished. I could be wrong.
I like that area. I will say I like 27. I'd just call it 2760 to 2750. That's I'd go a little bit lower, but I like it for a dip. And to me, for that's one thing I love to do is buying dips and bounce plays. If you're looking to add in on this, that would be a good area. I just don't think that you're going to see that. And by the time you do, the chart in itself may not be constructive for a dip. Like say today we're only at 2835 right now. Like if we're at 2835 where my mouse is, like my cursor's at, like, yeah, that's sexy. I like that pullback. Maybe that'd be a good add-in. We haven't maybe broke the downtrend yet. To me, we've broken that downtrend since last week. We had a downtrend. We broke it. I don't think you get lower than probably 2875. Mole 875 rule, Steve. I don't think we'll get lower than that. That's yesterday's high of day area. That to me would be your add-in for the long. If you're looking to add in this play for the runner for a long and continuation.
It's such a tough spot, and I kind of already made my analytical bed, and I'm gonna sleep in it now. I think it's bearish. I understand it's a strong candle today, and maybe I need to reevaluate given the context of money coming into the pharma space. We're seeing Lilly breakout, obviously Moderna, insane. And NVAX even starting to wake up a little bit. So interesting action there. I'm also noticing SPY continuing to have a little bit of a hard time here. Interesting stuff. So we'll see, particularly off the back of chips having a very difficult time.
Don't be talking about my favorite TV show of all time.
What's your favorite TV show of all time?
Chips. You never heard of Chips?
Oh, the like Highway Patrol?
Yeah, the two copper.
That's your favorite show of all time? That's such a weird one.
I just was throwing that out there.
I was like, I did remember. I remember always zooming on past that, scrolling on past it every time it was on the cable box.
Yeah, I was not a fan of that. And then when they did the movie, I was like, really? You're gonna remake Chips into a movie? Oh, come on already.
Give me the dip. That's what I like more than the chips.
And again, like we talked about, right? And speaking of dip, we're coming back on down. I just really, when we have this, I've watched it for years, guys. Just the minutes release or just talk. It's just essentially data that we're reading. Does Warsh come on at 30 after or no?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
No yapping, just minutes himself.
And I think that's what also makes it a little bit more lackluster and smaller. To me, going back to the SPY, coming back to that 69 mark. SPY's coming back down to that 769. That's got to hold. If not, we could see some pushing and cracking back down to those 68 level in those low area. Smash the like button, by the way, guys. Come on. You guys want an eval giveaway. Come on, we're almost to 50. Come on already. We haven't done it all week. I'll do it for you today. Come on, stock operator Edward. Where are you at? Come on, Nigel. Come on, Tack. All for the love of the Frenchies.
All for the love of the French. I like that. Not for the love of the money. Look at this beautiful breakout continuation here on FRO, by the way. I just took half off this morning, maybe about 45.50, just because we had swung on over, surged through this prior high. But Josh, how do you play these kind of rising breakouts like here? Because this one got me a little bit antsy, but man, does it look strong, doesn't it?
Well, if you're talking about a fro, you better have a fro, my friend. And it's an afro. That's right. Talking about 70-style fro. That's all right. It's not Frontline Media. It's not Frontier Airlines. No, it's Frontline Froing it up. I don't even never heard of this company in my life. I'm just thinking about afros now. And what was so funny, my dad, and he had 4 brothers. So it's 5 boys, right? Yeah, Chris, Mike, Joey, Dad, and Jerry was real young. But the 4 oldest brothers, my dad was the oldest. it's funny when you go to Granny and Pappy's house and you would see like when they had the old school portraits, right? You know, gonna have the high school pit. She still had her like in one area where she has all the the pictures up, all the old ones still. Anywho, all froze. Of course, they were all born in the 50s, early 60s, so it's like every one of their senior picture was just like Fro City. I mean, Fro City. I mean, it was like grow as much hair as you can on your hair. This isn't now. This is a swinger. You got to swing this chart. This is not for me a day trade at all.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely. This thing is not very high liquidity either, and it moves overnight because it's a tanker. So it's going to move off of the geopoliticos.
Well, you know what I do then? I stay far away from these as I can, my friend, because I am not in control at that point. So you know who wants to be in control? This guy. And if he's not in control, like when I get on the airplane, I hate my life. So
I'm with you there.
I stay in, but just say if it was a chart that was constructive that I liked, then it was not that dealing with that type of stuff. I wait for a move back to the neckline break. So to me, we broke at right around 39.85 to 40. That was where we just broke out of. It was old resistance area. So I'm looking at Fro, right? We're looking at Fro.
Yeah. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I wasn't sure if you were showing your screen. That's my next one that I'm
go
watching.
Back to it, right? So we can just see
beautiful.
What you're seeing. So this here.
Oh,
so
awesome.
Boom. I'll zoom in just a tad bit here. So we're failing, but we're building up with this higher low pattern. And we broke out. So somewhere in here is where I'm going to come back to get the dip and just wait for it if I can.
I like that. I just took half off. I would love a dip, and you do get them a lot. You can see this choppiness. So good stuff there. Josh, I know I'm stealing you away here. We're past time, so we can wrap here if you like.
Oh, no, you're good. It was one of our dogs was chewing on something that Avery was working on. So, yeah, she was like, guess what I just caught him chewing on? And I'm like, oh, of course.
That little sucker. What's he up to now? We got some chatter for AZI in the chat, by the way. This one, it's a small capper. All right.
Yeah. Oh, when you said that, I'm like, yeah, that's my alley right there. That's coming over my neck of the woods. That's my bar right there. Come on over. It's like I feel like it's little like almost like Star Wars, to we're going like different galaxies, different planets. Right. Yeah. And you're like, and you're just you're coming over into my crazy bar. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Josh, we need a trade the pool universe. Like those games where you can go from one planet to another, and we'll just get to Josh's planet, and it'll just be bonker sauce everywhere. It'll just be chaos. I would just think of that picture that Joe made for you for your bonker sauce quote, the AI generated one. I was like, that looks like a planet that I would like to explore in a video game here. Stock operator Edward saying, is BE at a good level to buy here? Every time it pulls back 15 to 20%, it wants to take off again like a rocket. Incredibly strong name, right? I have a tiny position from 160. I'm so terrified to add. Yeah, here it is back at 200. The only way I can not freak out about this thing swinging 20% is by having a tiny position and just, Josh, ideally you just buy low, right? And then you're not worried. So sometimes you get lucky and you get the nice fill there.
That's the key. That's the key.
So for me, today's price action, very not good for this chart. What I'm seeing is this kind of, what did you call it again? It was elite ball knowledge from the Looney Tunes universe. What was that red guy's name?
Gossamer.
Thank you. So Gossamer here, he's going to be.
Steve, you're not showing your chart. You're still on me.
Oh yeah, let me pop it on back.
I was taking profit on my IPST there.
Gotcha.
New low of day.
So Gossamer, he's kind of that heart-looking guy. Mm-hmm. He looks like that. And what I'm seeing here is that the kind of right on his forehead, right on his hairline here, you see that? That is where we need to basically return over to maintain this this range. Otherwise, I consider this a distribution range. I think it's starting to roll on over. The measured move would be right around downtown. Charlie Brown is down here. So that's kind of what I'm seeing until it can reclaim the high of this morning, that 219. It's a no touching for me. It's a no touching until we find a nice bottoming process like we found down here at the 160 level. Yep. Man, I can't believe I filled at 160 there. Josh, that's going in the record books for me. The 160 fill on BE. Ooh, mama. So that's your TCGL on the large cap size.
All right. I love it.
That's what I got for you, Mr. Edward.
Stock operator tag. Thank you guys for coming over. And of course, some of the comments we had earlier, I saw you guys liking the comments and just joining us today for the first time. I forgot who it was that gave us the love earlier that was giving it. I appreciate it. Forgot to read that off. Who was it? I always like trying to scroll back and seeing it real quickly, but appreciate you guys coming on over here, of course, for lunch. We're at 50 likes. So sleepy right now. With day trade, it's gosh, come on, Tony, it's late. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah. This afternoon we're gonna have should have. I know Steve will be back. I'm gonna reach out to. I think Jesse. I know is gonna be here today for sure again. And then other than Jesse, we'll see where Alejandra's at because I have not heard from her today. And I reached out to her earlier. When you were like, I saw you message me, but I was already going live, so it was all good. I was like, oh, well, he joins when he joins. I was like, where's Alejandra? And so I've not heard back from her. But yeah, so I'll reach out to her and I'll reach out to Caesar and see if they're going to join. And if not, I'll pop on. If it's just you and Jesse, I'll pop on for just a little bit later. But
yeah, thanks again for that. I'm sorry, I should have checked in and made sure you had some reinforcements here. That being said, it wasn't like I don't want to hang out with Josh. It was slept through 2 alarms. So yeah, my body said, hey, take a breather. But now we're back and ready to go. So I appreciate you as always. Likewise, everybody out there. So Josh, how about we give you a break? I'll be back on in 45 minutes. We'll be rocking and rolling with some great power hour into great earnings reports. We're going to be trading it live. It's going to be a blast. And I've got energy now, Josh. So I'm ready to rock. I'll give you a little handoff there.
The energy. I'm gonna have to reach out to Joe because the scanners are down. But I'll reach out to Joe real quickly and make sure those get up. But Steve, go get you a little break before you have to come back in about 45 minutes, and I will reach out to Joe real quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Awesome, guys. Thanks so much. See you then.
I'll verify that they are down. On Steve, so and they were down for like a good hour. Yeah, they were down for a minute. I'm like, oh no. Well, Ayush is out, and Joe is doing something. It's like it was unfortunately terrible timing. So Ayush is out with his mom doing something with his mom for her birthday.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and Joe, I don't remember exactly what, but he had something planned to do something with Kevin in Florida.
Okay. Oh yeah, he's doing the MIC convention.
So he's on remote today and tomorrow, doing Ayush's job. So it's so that's the reason why. So if any of you that are around that were here earlier, going like, what's going on? Someone log
Where's
in.
our production value?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Our lovely producer deserves a break, but absolutely. We'll be back. We got some good stuff. If anybody heard that alert, I'm not sure if it came through the audio because we don't have a producer today. But if so, that was an alert for DRAM breaking on down through that 55 level again. So that little yeehaw pop and drop makes me think that the tech trade goes lower. That BE chart that it's breaking and entering a lower level there. So I think that's what's happening with the AI trade. I am, for the most part, hands off, not ready to start buying dips in that space yet. Maybe Talk's going to be the real winner here, but I just stopped out of my DRAM ad for a little bit of profit off the 5450 level just because I don't trust it, Josh. I don't trust it when it's cracking like that. That's the last thing I got for us until we're back here.
Sounds good. What sounds good right now are some fresh French fries. I have no idea why, but I want some French fries so bad. I gotta go find me some.
Frosty, baby.
Oh my
FRO.
God! You know it. You know it. Scanners are up. Joe got them up, so we got the scanners coming up. We'll be back here in just a bit, guys.
Awesome. Thanks. What is up, guys? Steve Tileman here in the house. Steve Tileman off screen. There we go. We have some shaking and some bacon in the house today. A lot of big moves to talk about. Let's get on into it. We're going to be doing a little bit of power hour, then getting on into the earnings. We got some fun ones today that we'll be talking about. So meanwhile, what do we have on my screen? Well, a few plays that we've been in, taking, and watching here. So Eli Lilly finally getting the intra-week breakout, the major daily chart breakout. I'll pull that up in just a second here. One more thing to watch. SOX still having trouble into this level. Going to put a little bit of a hedge on just in case we fail to pop it. I'm seeing a lot of kind of flags that aren't flagging on tech. Flags that just ain't flagging. So we will see if it does get the breakout, but I think it's kind of prudent to have a little bit of a hedge on, just with how strong energy was this morning, with how strong healthcare is today, with a few of the cracks that we're starting to see potentially emerging. So I got chaos in my Discord saying, okay, let's pump. I'm not so sure. I'm just not so sure. We'll take a look at it. Getting into another tab here. Let's go to a daily on Lilly. Eli Lilly. This is a company I've been smashing the table, banging the table on for so darn long. I have a full-size position, so feels good to finally get the breakout. I thought we were going to break out last week. Got stuffed again. I should have been buying more in there, but I just said, hey, let it cook. It's going to do what it's going to do. And hey, great breakout into sky highs here. And this is through the weekly megaphone pattern that's been brewing for quite a while now. So look at that breakout through the megaphone top, exactly as we'd like to see. Next stop, 1450, call it 1500 is where I'm going to be trimming. That's where I'm looking to trim. Love this name, love the strength. So lots to talk about. Gold and silver having quite a day as well. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to talking energy and the picks that I'd like to pick up. Maybe today, maybe on stream. We'll talk about that as well. Meanwhile, Q's intraday. Got to figure out a better system. Let's do it on here. So still playing footsies with this back test. Still playing footsies with these moving averages. It is holding the line for now. But this could wash out. I don't like the structure. I don't like the structure. We have a gap underneath. We have that equilibrium into the gap. We have the low volume node a little bit below. I think this thing gets dragged down a little bit further unless it posts quite a stick save here. Going into the intraday action. Let's see if that's in the cards. Sure looks like it might wash the heck down. Trying to pop over this point of control in the past 20 minutes, or I guess hour or so here on the wash, on the minutes. And unable to. Now starting to lose its VWAP in my book. I think it's heavy. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Let's see what else is cooking. BE, if you're looking for a short, if it loses low a day, I think this thing has room down if it loses the 200. Not taking it yet, but keeping an eye on it. And let me get into some comments here. How we doing, guys? What's up, Snowman? Yeah, SOC's doing degenerate things, just like Degenerate James. Start hitting the like button. Thank you so much, James. If you could hit that like button, we'd really appreciate it. I think we are going to be giving something away at 100 likes, so I'm not sure where we're at, but I know we can get a lot closer if we slam that button here. Willie Hayes still loading the boat on Wendy's. Wendy's, all right. So Tendies or Wendy's for Mr. Willie. Let's take a look at that chart as well. Looking good. We talked about it down in here in the chop in 750. I said, you got to trust the weekly chart. The daily, it's giving you too much noise. Look for the weekly, see if it can hold and reclaim these moving averages. I believe I also said the golden pocket pullback was potentially in play. Let's take a look at that. All right, and there it is. Let me show you that a little closer. So what do we got here? We have a low into a big surge. Everybody's talking about Wendy's. Everybody gets hosed because they're all in weekly calls. Where they sell it to, that golden pocket in between the 6.2 fib and the 7.8 fib. Really nice action there, and you just love to see it. You love to see it. Speaking of things I love to see, let me move my positions up so I can see those while I'm here. There we go. Awesome. All right, so liking the Wendy's action, I think it's very strong bottoming process here, and interesting to see some of these other names doing well too. I believe Jack. Okay, last week it tried to pop there on the earnings into this downtrend line, but just showing that there is some life in these food names. Kava trying its best off the bottom. We played this one off 63, got a few shares there. What else we got? How's Chipotle doing? Kind of forming a bottoming process here too. Very interesting. Another food name that I think is bullish. McD starting to look interesting. It's a longer term play, and honestly this week not doing what I would really like to see, but it's trying to form a base here. Interesting stuff. Willie's got 6 months on his calls. He's smart. He's not a degen. Josh Smith messing with me saying Bitcoin is halted up. I'm pretty sure Bitcoin isn't halted up. We can take a look. Whoa, that is a big candle. And boy, does it look like it wants to keep going. This is really funny too. As a good follow, somebody who I really respect, Tim Stock Patterns Tim on Twitter. He was just getting into Twitter beef with somebody over like, I don't know why you're so bullish on Bitcoin and Ethereum. They're all going to go down into October. None of them are going to make big moves up into October. Well, market has a funny way of humbling anybody saying stuff like that. 6% move. What even is this thing? I don't even know. Let's look at my favorite crypto play. What is it? Yeah, Hyperliquid. Let's take a look-see over there, over yonder, see what we see. By the way, I should also keep an eye on chips. They are still trying to hold the line. Still not convinced, though. Very strong day. Wow. All right. So catching the bottom of this, I think it's a Livermore accumulation cylinder, which is a whole lot of words to say. I think we're going up, guys. I think Hyperliquid is a good place to be. So what's up, long hair? Yeah, it's me. Sorry, I didn't have time to do anything with it today. So you're getting the bedhead. It's like a mental health day for me, but it's a physical health day. My mental is on point. My mental's doing great. Port's doing great. Feeling good, except for my bones hurt. My only regret is that I have bonitis. So I don't want to say low effort. I'm giving all my effort to you guys instead of on dumb stuff like my hair. Snowman, BTBT is halted. Okay, that's a fun one. A very highly leveraged Bitcoin miner / data center play. Bit Digital. Are you lying to me again? It doesn't look halted. Sure doesn't look halted. Maybe it just unhalted, but yeah, not seeing it. Not seeing it. Let's go back to the intraday layout here and take a look. Am I about to get cooked on my hedge? I think I might be. I think SOXS is turning the corner, or SOXL is turning the corner. I'm going to hop out gracefully here of my hedge until it proves that I need it. Lily's still just chugging along. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful chart. Man, I love that thing. Him's about to set new day's highs. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it, Mike. I'm not a fan of that one there. You'll take the other side of Bitcoin miners next year, Steve? What did I even say about them? How can you take the other side? Did I even give an opinion? Did I even say anything? I don't even know what I said, Talk. Willie said, you went to the doctor? He said, no refunds? Willie, I hate to break it to you, you're old. That's just how things are now. I'm 32. I think that's just how things are now for me. But it's okay. We can hold each other. Said, look at Labu. We can look at Labu. That's the leveraged. What is it? Leveraged XLV, I believe. No, leveraged XBI, biotech. Love it. Love it because I'm in biotech and they are cooking. So, Talk, here's my favorite biotech right now. QURE. What does that spell? Money. I do believe it is in a very tight 4-day flag, breaking out, holding its daily moving averages beautifully, and I see a big old gap overhead. I want this thing at $65. and I will settle for no less. I know what I got. Willie's saying diamonds are old too. Yeah, so is dirt, baby. You old as it. But at least you're not in it, right? We Josh because we care. Let's look at Labu. The Labubu. Wow. Beautiful breakout here. I love it. I love biotech. Moderna obviously juicing this, but hey. Money. Yeah, I saw a big old gap overhead. You trying to make fun of me, Willie? I don't even know what that means. But yes, I did, and yes, I'm going to play it. I know what I got. I'm holding to fill that gap. Meanwhile, yeah, Labu, very strong, very strong. We talked Cure, another one that I like, CLPT. Oh, having a nice giddy up little candle this morning. I think these are all going much higher. Very, very cool companies. A few others on my radar. INSM, starting to look pretty hot. Okay. There's a few others popping around my watch list. I gotta consult with the oracles before I get you some more picks in such a volatile sector. But in general, just look at XPI. It's acquisition season, baby. And by that I mean, I think that there's a lot of pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies that are great deals. And I think the big boys are going to start slurping up some acquisitions here, or continue to do so, I should say. We have XBI. I think it surges for this all-time high. I don't think we're done. Beautiful. I wish I took more of this trade. We called it decently well. Off the downtrend line break, it was cash money here at 90 bucks off this big old shelf. And here we are sitting at almost a double. I don't think it's done. Just don't think it's done. IBB, another one. SSMR. IBB. Let's see. Wow. Oh, this is just the ETF. That's less fun. I now I remember. There's a couple different ETFs. They're all balanced very differently. So take a look-see on those holdings. Gold miners. Yeah, let's talk gold miners. Let's talk precious metals. I bought the dip on gold. I said I'm a gold bug under 400. Give it time. It'll catch. Here we go, baby. Hope you're locked and loaded. Now's the time to buy dips in miners. I believe that buy dips in miners if the market is strong. What we watch for in terms of this is, hey, if we want gold as a risk-off hedge, as an asymmetrical bet, what we want to look for is gold to outperform gold miners. What I think we are seeing is an everything rally, just about everything rally, which would show us that GDX should be stronger than gold on the ratio chart. Here we see GDX over gold breaking out, implying that the miners have the power. The miners have the power, and that's what we're looking for. SSMR ran 11% today already. Yeah, probably we wait for little pullbacks on these. Let's see, SSMR. What are the fundamentals like on the Sunshine Silver? Okay, I like it. Oh, it's such a pretty chart. Such a beautiful chart. I love ones with no overhead resistance like this. This goes on the focus list. This goes on the focus list, and I'll give you a few of my other favorites as well. Also, Spotify, by the way, breaking out today. If you're looking for software as a service exposure, that looks beautiful. What the heck am I looking at? SSMR. SSMR. Meanwhile, I should check intraday price action real quick for y'all, and then we're going to get into our power hour pretty soon. All right, SOX is finally looking like it's ready for me to close this hedge. I think I said I already did, but I forgot. Okay, free and clear. Looking pretty good. Gold is about to moon on us all. It better. It better. I believe you. I believe you. I think silver as well. Talk saying DBB and DBP. So these are going to be the commodity ones, I believe. What the heck is DBP? You down with DPP? DBP? You know me. Let's take a look at it, see if we're down with DBP. I really like this SSMR. We'll look at some other ones in a second as well. DBP is going to be Invesco Precious Metals Fund. Okay, nice and simple. Easy money. There we go. Bang. DB, what's the other one? DBA? DBA is agriculture. DBC is commodities. What's DBB? Building materials? Base metals. Okay, base metals. Based. It does look based. Looks like a nice higher low. Looks like it wants to go higher. I love it. A few ones off the top of my head, gold miners and silver miners that I played to great success back the last swing around. Harmony Gold, HMY, gold and silver, but mostly gold. Oh, bear with me one sec. All right, just checking on in there. Harmony Gold, this one just surged back through its monthly neckline. I think this one, if it can sweep the high, which is still quite a ways away, it's going to 30 plus. Love HMY. Some other ones for you. Hecla Mining. They do a lot of silver as well. These ones actually more focused in silver. Another crazy move that we caught. Were we in from down here at $6? No. Doesn't matter, though. We were in from 12 to 14. Oh, yeah, never mind. 1180 something. Right on the break of this, on the monthly. Yeah, beautiful trade for us. Took our last shares off at 30. It actually overran to almost 35, but we were out a whole bunch of those above 20, 24, 25, and then the very last at 30 there. So loving that trade. DBB is useful metals, aluminum, copper, tin, maybe, stuff like that, as opposed to shiny rocks. Willie, he's a silver bug. He ain't getting squeezed by the. Who do we hate? Who's on the silver conspiracy? Is that probably Soros? Yeah, probably Soros or the Rothschild or something. Yeah, he likes the physical, not the paper, because they do manipulate that paper. I gotta say, there is something to that. So what else we got? Willie says he's going to look at 3 gold and silver mines in Colorado in September. You want a patented claim where you own the land and minerals. That's cool. Well, a few names for you. IDR is one that I'm a big fan of. Idaho Strategic Resources. They do a lot of rare earth minerals as well. They're actually lagging here, and this is interesting. I do not know why. I got to do some more research. But this one has quite a range on it and can cook if it wants to get going. Willie's saying China will drive it to 1,200 within 8 years. Are we talking gold and silver? What are we talking? Silver to 1,200? Yeah, let's do it. Gold, more reasonably. Yeah, I like it all. I think gold goes much higher in this scarcity environment that we find ourselves in, or will find ourselves in. DGen James, passing the 25K eval was difficult, but you did it. Tell me you did it, brother. You said silver to 1,200. Well, sign me up, baby. Let's do it. I am so down to clown Charlie Brown. I love the miners. I think there's some of the best opportunities in the market. Not going to lie. You got to have diamond hands, though. They're going to swing a lot, which means volatility, opportunity. You build on the dips if you believe in the thesis. You do not buy everything on a day like today and then puke it up when it's down 4% tomorrow. Will it be? I don't know. What I do know is yada. What I do know is Degen, I don't know what I'm saying. Degen James, waiting on risk management. I have a good feeling, Degen. You have nothing in your name that would suggest that you maybe broke a rule. So I think you're gonna make it. I think we're all gonna make it. Speaking of making it, look at Lily surging almost to new all-time highs. I bought pre-market. I'm not gonna lie. I feel greasy because I didn't call it out because I was buying pre-market, expecting a breakout, seeing Moderna do crazy stuff. So I called it out for the boys here on this range break at 1275. So hey, it's only 1%. It's not the 5 that I'm sitting on. I feel a little guilty, but you know what? Sometimes you got to give them the safe stuff. It was risky a little bit. Now it's feeling a lot better, and I want to show you guys. I already showed you the daily chart. What haven't I showed you? We talked about a few other gold and silver miners. Fortuna Silver is one more. Is that FSM, I believe? Nah. Fortuna. DRAM. Is DRAM coming back a little bit? Interesting. If so, let's take a look at the chips, see if maybe there's a little bit of a dip to buy there. I do think, and I probably should have just, probably should get back into this DRAM right where I got out. I'll grab a few. Seems like a good level. just a nibble. If this candle holds, we'll be watching this. I'll watch it in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, we want to see no fade. Q's a little bit of a head bonk when they tried to break their range, and I'm just not so sure that we get the easy, clean move on tech for the next couple days here. I think that we're kind of in grind mode down. Grind mode down. We'll see if I'm right. We'll see if I'm wrong. Either way, yeah, top wick. Glad I didn't pull the trigger yet. Waiting 2.5 minutes to see if it recovers, but honestly not super appealing to me. Not super appealing. Willie, we got to talk. You were a bullion dealer on eBay? That's hilarious. That sounds like a fun gig. I did FBA stuff, so Amazon selling. I also did some eBay selling. Kept me afloat for a year or two there when I was not so good health-wise. Not so good trading-wise either. You know, when you're not making as much as you need to survive on trading, it's nice to have those supplementary incomes. Glad I'm put it behind me now, though, to be honest. Dealing with customer service. Give me a break, man. On a freaking $5 hat. You want a refund and you want to spend half an hour talking to me about it. Your name on there still Bullion Lover? Absolutely. I'm with you, by the way. I love some physical. I'm not a big stacker. I don't have enough money to be a big stacker. But you know what? I believe in the motion, in the movement. I'm just seeing a little bit of weakness. So yeah, not going to put on that DRAM quite yet, but also not going to short it. I do think we go up, but I'm not too sure. Not too sure if it's worth the trade here to get long chips. I'm having a hard time balancing my bullishness in all these different sectors because I'm so bullish on energy right now. It's got me like, how can we move up that much on other things? I do think we could get a little bit of an everything rally going. In DRAM, fine, I'll take the nibble. In 1 minute if it holds, which it looks like it wants to. Looking better now. What's your go-to chip that you're buying on dips? I'm curious, guys. What's your staple in the port? For me, I really like the DRAM. I just like trading around this because it's nice. It has a nice even kind of exposure to multiple memory names. So there's, a lot of volatility in the sector overall, and it's nice to just kind of have a foothold in a little bit of all of them. SKHY and Micron are my favorite individual names. Okay. Digging it. Get back to my comments here. And yeah, we're going to get into earnings pretty soon here. Silver, by the way, absolutely smashing this breakout. Love it. So silver starting to catch up with gold intraday here. Let me show y'all. SLV cooking with gas here. Beautiful, beautiful breakout. Continuation on the hourly chart here. I think we are 1, 2, 3, 4 knocking this level. I think 4 times a charm, and we should pop on through, break on through to the other side. That's what I'd like to see. Pardon me. All right, 5 minutes, and we're going to hop on over. Actually, guys, I'm going to hop over now. I'll be back in just a couple minutes here. At the turn of the half hour, we're going to be back. We're going to be doing our earnings presentation, and I hear my QURE breaking out. We'll take a look at that real quick. QURE pushing to the top side, another multi-knocker. So I already took a quarter off just because I was in at 47.25, and we had a big day to the ATR move. So hey, I said, hey, just in case we're not doing the big breakout today, got to trim just a little bit. But Cure, very, very nice company to own. Very nice company to own long term and not worry when it's down, and then feel very good when it's up. So, guys, I will be back in just a flash. Don't you go anywhere. We'll see you soon, guys.